power button?
I did.
Is it like this?
Yeah.
Agendas just right beside the journal. Sometimes it's nice to follow along.
Okay.
Taking pen.
Perfect.
No.
The power's on, though.
I think that some things don't function when it's charged.
I'll use my phone.
So it didn't come in on time before the meeting. It's a $200 donation for TSB.
And we're ready to go over broadcasting, so we're good.
Okay. We good? Call the meeting to order. Can I have a mover and a seconder to open the meeting? Councillor Potier, Councillor Laframboise.
Moved by Councillor Patsy and seconded by Councillor Laframboise. Be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby opens the regular meeting of Council at 6:02 p.m. on January 15, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Lachance has sent word that he possibly will be here but would be late at the meeting. Can I have? Indigenous. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Atikameksheng Anishinaabe. We also wish to recognize our neighboring community of Dokis First Nation. While we meet today, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of the lands we each call home. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving the relationships between nations and to improving our own understanding of local Indigenous people and their culture. Can I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda? Councillor Loftus and Councillor Framboise.
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Laframboise. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of Council held January 15, 2025 be adopted as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest, Councillor Framboise.
None, your worship.
Councillor Loftus.
None, your worship.
Councillor Potier.
None, your worship.
I have to disclose one for myself for the presentation for the St. Charles Lions Club and for the discussion about the what will be happening with the van. I am on the executive of the Lions Club, which forces me to disclose pecuniary interest.
Your worship, I'm just wondering, I sit on seat and I'm just wondering if that would be a conflict. It wouldn't be?
Okay, so when it comes to that point, and actually at this point, I'm just gonna sit back and let Councillor Framboise take it.
Number 4, presentation and delegation. So we have a presentation tonight, the St. Charles Lions Club. Request for ownership of transportation van. Presenter is Lion Dan Pajuluma. So welcome, Dan. Did I say it right?
Oh, that's close enough. Can you hear me right here?
Yeah.
My name's Dan Pagloma. I'll be representing the Lions Club St. Charles that just started off about a month ago. So we're just new in town and we're gonna try and get our community stuff going on and stuff. So but, this is about the takeover of the van. It's coming in March, I think. So So Honorable Mayor and members of council, the St. Charles Lions Club respectfully submits this proposal to assume management and ownership of the mobility van program currently overseen by Edu Senyal. This essential service provides transportation for individuals in our community requiring rides to medical appointments, often over 60 kilometers away. As Edu Senyal prepares to reduce its services and concludes its grant-supported operation, we propose an alternative solution that prioritizes cost, efficiency, community focus, and regional collaboration. You guys got a copy of this, no?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not really gonna go over the next one, that's all the costs of, Edo Senyal, that's what they pay out monthly and stuff. We won't have nothing to do with that, cause all of our stuff will be based on, fundraising and stuff. Okay. But that's roughly what they spend, monthly, yearly. I think last year they spent $80,000 in a volunteer. Proposed Lions Club model, the Lions Club plans to operate the mobility van with the help of volunteer drivers and schedulers, all coordinating through a shared document to ensure smooth booking and scheduling of daily rides. Our projected annual costs are, it's all through funding and fundraising. Insurance is gonna be roughly $2,800 a year roughly. We're going about $2,500 a year in maintenance. Oil changes are gonna cost somewhere around $750 a year. We're gonna get a CAA roadside assistance, which is gonna be $100 a year. Projected car trip covered by covered fees charged, so we're gonna be charging roughly $45. We're not gonna try and change it much when it's being charged now, so it's gonna be $45 in town and back. The only incentive that we're gonna have is if the driver's gotta stay in town, we're gonna give them $20 to have coffee and a pop and a chip or whatever. So, whatever he wants for $20. As long as he doesn't spend any more, he'll have a job the next day. Financial sustainability, as mentioned by Edo Senyal, we will gladly accept any donations made to support the ongoing operations of the van. Additionally, we are committed to engaging with the community through revenue-generating activities designed to provide funding while fostering greater involvement in unity. Our potential activities, this is what's gonna happen. Our fundraising stuff is gonna be a spaghetti dinner, vendor fairs, special events, Easter celebration, and a 50-50 raffle in support of the van are only some of the ideas. So as we have more meetings, we're gonna come up with more ideas. We do have committees now involved. We had a vote there our last meeting, so we have a committee that's gonna be taking care of the ideas and stuff, so hopefully this will all get going. We are also exploring the possibility of securing a grant from Lions International to further support the van. District Governor Sam Curry, if you guys don't know who Sam Curry is, he's the guy in the telephone. It's pretty simple, he's been there for, years, yeah. But he's the district governor for pretty well all of Ontario. He has already expressed his willingness to submit a grant application through Lions International on our behalf. So if this gets going, we're gonna put a grant in, so that'll just help us get us going. We believe that these efforts, in addition to the transportation fees charged, will ensure continued access to the mobility van for those in need. Transfer of ownership now. Given that our club is in its early stages, we propose the following transition plan. Upon receiving the positive response from St. Charles Municipal Council, we will begin training potential drivers in first aid and other essential skills, ensuring the smooth and quick setup. So it's if we do happen to get the van at the end of March, it's going to be, we're not gonna start doing trips in town the next day. We're gonna get all our drivers, make sure they all have a driver's abstract, police check, all that stuff. So it's gonna be, the people that are going to be driving the van are gonna be qualified. And March 2025, upon the van's availability, we will establish a 1-year lease agreement with the municipality at a nominal fee. This will allow the club to secure insurance and the necessary documents to begin operations. Over the next year, we will focus on incorporating the club, which will eventually enable us to take ownership of the van. So it's just during the initial takeover there, we'll lease the van, and as soon as we have everything, all our ducks in a row, we'll purchase the van. It'll be in our name. Before the end of the first year, we will formally request the transfer of the ownership from the municipality to the club. That way they're not your headache anymore. We're gonna try and request some information from Ado Signal. We will kindly request any available schedule information that could be shared with us to assist in the initial setup of our scheduling system. Additionally, we believe it is essential to receive a complete record of all maintenance activities the van has undergone since the inclusion of the van, the program. This will help us ensure its continued safe and effective operations. We were just told before the meeting that the van is no longer available. It's done. It was in the fire yesterday, so we'll have to wait to see what goes on from there. In conclusion, the St. Charles Lions Club is committed to ensuring the continuation of this vital service in our community. With reduced costs, dedicated volunteers, and a focus on local needs, we are confident in our ability to maintain and enhance the program. We thank you for your considering our proposal and welcome any questions or feedback.
Thank you so much for the very well described presentation. Again, I think we're gonna be talking about this later on, 8.41. And I'll ask Councillor Loftus if she has any questions.
Okay, I have to apologize because I also just became a member of the Lions Club, so I feel that I'm declaring pecuniary interest on it also, so I apologize, so I'm gonna have to sit back.
So we have Councillor Petty.
Thank you for the great presentation.
You're welcome.
It's very well detailed. I like that you have a proposed, there is a proposed model with projected annual costs and everything. It really takes into account what we think, what you think you'll be going through and everything. It's definitely a shame that the van has become unavailable for the time being.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what's going to happen with that, but I definitely think this will be taken into account. We'll be able to make a decision on that.
Yes, yeah, it's nice to see that we have someone from the area bringing a proposal up, so, yeah, thank you.
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, next, item 4.2, present EXP presenter Cody. He's going to be explaining to us the road reconstruction.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to attend the council meeting tonight. My name is Cody Muncha. I'm a civil engineer with EXP Services. So the purpose of the memo I submitted is to provide some budgetary figures to council on the projected construction values.
Cody, I don't want to interrupt you, but I will.
Yep.
You're aware that right now your camera is off. I don't know if you're planning to project something at one point or if you just forgot.
I can share my screen with you guys.
Oh, whatever you wanted. I just wanted you to be aware of it.
Okay, thank you. I'll just share my screen with you guys now, so everyone can see what's on my screen here.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so the purpose of the memo I submitted to council is to provide some budgetary figures to council so they can be aware of what the projected construction costs will be associated with the roads I have been designing for the municipality. So this memo, like I said, it provides the projected construction value of the road design. So the contract, the construction value includes mobilization, maintenance bonds, traffic control, environmental protection, material testing, CCTV inspections after sewers are installed. Basically everything that will be required when we put this out for tender, and we received bids back. So I wanted to provide as accurate as figures as possible for council, so they can be well aware of what the cost associated with each project is. So the main focus of the projected budgets are St. Joseph and King Street, as those are kind of the higher priority replacement roads. King Street East, when it is reconstructed, because of the way the storm sewer runs, Casimir will also have to be reconstructed in unison with it, as basically the new storm sewer will have to be continuous to the discharge point beside the public works garage. So just wanted council to be aware of that, as you know, when we tender that project, Casimir would also have to take place at the same time. So in December, I provided a memo to council with the construction values. Since then, I've looked at some cost savings options suggested by the municipality. So I'll start going through those now. So on King Street East, originally this is what I have for the design. So I have concrete sidewalks on the south and north side of the road up to John Street, and then the concrete sidewalk would continue from John Street all the way to Casimir. With the cost saving option, we would be substituting the concrete with asphalt, and then eliminating a portion of the concrete sidewalk on the south side between Main Street and John Street. Additionally, in the cost saving option provided in this memo, the parking lane is eliminated from La Ponce to Casimir. So the total anticipated cost savings by implementing those design elements would be around $130,000. Similarly for Casimir Road, I provided cost savings options for eliminating the parking lanes. So I'll just go to Casimir now. So originally in the design, we had it widening out near the community center to provide additional parking for residents and people accessing the community center. So the cost saving option essentially eliminates those parking lanes. So we would have a asphalt sidewalk from King Street continuously along Casimir all the way to the end of the community center property. So that would continue with the cost saving option. Discussions with municipal staff for St. Joseph, nothing was really eliminated from the previous budget estimate. However, I would just like to clarify that if we did move ahead with the St. Joseph project, there's no requirement to do additional construction on Notre Dame. So based on the cost I provided, that would be an inclusive cost to construct all of St. Joseph and have that storm sewer system be able to work as required, and everything else. So just wanted to let you guys know that that's what the cost would be. This is what the design for St. Joseph is. So it's asphalt road with asphalt curbs and gutters and a asphalt walkway on the south side of the road. Additionally, I also provided cost savings for the remainder of the road, switching from high class bituminous to low class. So essentially what that means is the high class bituminous is hot mix asphalt, and low class is emulsified paving. So emulsified pavings include what people refer to as tar and chip or double surface treatment. So the cost I provided substitute the asphalt with a double surface treatment, and then I also added on a slurry seal with that as well. So essentially with the double surface treatment, once it's placed, there's what's called a float on top, which is some loose additional aggregates that over time get packed into the bituminous underneath the emulsion and get pushed to the side of the road. So basically after they would place that double surface treatment layer and some of that float starts getting pushed to the side, the contractor would come back, sweep the roads, and place what's called a slurry seal on top to seal up the road and provide a nice finish surface. So those are the cost savings I went through. If council would like me to explain in detail any of the design, the features associated with the roads, or explain in further detail, I'm more than happy to.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, Councilor Laframboise?
When you're talking about the two, about the asphalt paving and double surface treatment, what's the lifespan? Because there's a big difference in between both of them, right?
Yes. So I provided a little table on the memo as well. So if you see the last page of the memo, I have cost per square meter of double surface treatment compared to asphalt. So asphalt's just over double the cost approximately. Usually with double surface treatment, you're looking at closer to a 15-year lifespan, whereas with an asphalt, you're closer to 25 years. So while the cost is less initial, the life cycle for asphalt is longer than that of a surface treatment.
And if you're looking at a DST, you require more frequent maintenance, right? And resurfacing?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Compared to the other one, it's one shot deal and you're done? Pretty much?
Yeah, more or less. You still have some maintenance over time. Like a good thing to keep on top of is some crack sealing and stuff like that. So once you start getting cracks on the asphalt, you seal them up so they don't expand and create bigger cracks and potholes. But essentially, the life maintenance on asphalt is less, like on a longer time frame than that of the double surface treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Loftus?
No, I have no questions.
All right. Councilor Putzi?
I'm just trying to think, so parking lane removed between La Foncée and Casimir, so that's because we were basically the section of, so this is a question for King Street East design. So
it would be right through here. So right now, with the design, there's the travel lanes are 3.5 meters wide each, and then there's the parking lane that we moved on to the north side. So essentially we would be, by eliminating that parking lane, we would be narrowing the road to just 7 meters wide through that section. So essentially in here, instead of the curb being right adjacent to the sidewalk, there would be a larger boulevard between the curb and the sidewalk.
yeah, that's what I was wondering, because are we gonna be basically getting rid of the section with the grass in between?
Between the curb and the...
And the sidewalk? Is that what the design changes are
I
gonna
think
be?
so.
And before, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what the goal is here, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Right, Cody, that's what the design is? We're getting rid of that section of grass?
Yes, so currently right now, the design gets rid of the section of grass on the north side
Yeah.
and pushes the road closer to where the existing sidewalk is, so the new sidewalk would be more or less where the existing sidewalk is. We get rid of that grass. If we get rid of the parking lane, then it would be more or less on the north side where it is now. It's just on the south side, we'd be eliminating the parking lane as well, so it'd be narrower through that portion.
So we'd be expanding on the grass, like we'd be expanding yards on the south side essentially. We'd just be relocating that. I'm just wondering if that's how much more work that's gonna entail, like, is that gonna be changing property lines and everything too along that, like?
No.
No, and my anticipation is we would maintain sidewalk to sidewalk, anything beyond the sidewalk would be the landowner to
Yeah.
maintain their front
But-
yard.
But ownership of that is always
Still remains.
like before, like we still own the,
Yeah,
Yeah, the property line is a little bit beyond the sidewalk on the north side of King Street East.
yeah, it was just cause now on the south side, we're gonna be moving away from it essentially, even farther away. Okay. Okay, sounds good, thank you. And then Casimir, so the design originally included parking lanes on both sides for Casimir?
Correct.
And I don't know, I know we don't have every weekend events, but the few events that we do have in that area, the parking lot is very frequently over full. There's still interest in keeping, so this was parking lanes on both sides or only one side, I suppose, right? 'Cause-
So the original design included parking lanes on both sides of Casimir.
And that comes out at a cost saving of 70. I agree with, a lot of the different, proposed changes, with the surface treatment, that's what they are now. They are double surface treatments with bird seals. I'm just curious about the different design of Casimir, just, improving that area, cause, there's gonna be more traffic flow, especially, with the splash pad, yeah, and then some of the proposed, the ideas that are had for that area as well, it's just gonna further increase traffic, but as far as parking goes, we'll always have the community center, but it's just, yeah.
it's just, I think what we have to evaluate, how many extra parking spaces are we gonna be adding for that,
For that price.
for that price?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
essentially, and I think on the one side, we'd be infringing a bit more onto the properties.
Yeah,
So it's a discussion, yeah.
yeah, okay, sounds good, thank you, and then, I think that was mostly it. Actually, sorry, King Street East, so were we keeping this section here concrete, or everything is gonna be, asphalt? Everything's
For
gonna
the sidewalks, you mean?
Yeah,
I believe then,
So I'll just add to that, when we go to the report, the agreement or the $100,000 grant we have is for a concrete sidewalk. Any changes must be approved by the government, and they are extremely slow.
yeah,
Even changing, considering cobblestone or the paving stones, I need permission. So depending on what council decides, I wouldn't go pavement because I think the intent was, this is the project, if we do asphalt, we can extend the project, and they don't want us, this is what you got approved for. So, and again, when I was talking with Cody and all these things, is I was trying to think what would be the potential cost savings, so, and we threw everything to the sun, because if the savings from concrete to asphalt would have been greater than 100,000, then we may not have to worry about the grant.
yeah,
Even though it's not fun turning away money, if we can incorporate it, but the saving is not over 100,000 from going from concrete to asphalt.
sounds good, thank you.
okay?
No further questions for me.
All right.
Thank you, Cody.
I have a question, it's regarding at one point you're talking about switching from hot asphalt to the double surface treatment. The hot asphalt, is that similar to when I see some resurfacing being done in Sudbury, where they just strip off the first 2 inches and then they repave the top 2 inches, would that be what hot asphalt would be for us, or would it be just the one layer?
So, currently on the designs, there's just one lift. So, like in Sudbury, because they have a lot, like, heavier, traffic loading, they would have multiple lifts, but for the purpose of our roadways we're looking at, only one lift is required. So, the asphalt is, approximately 2 inches thick on the roads.
So if there'd be resurfacing, that would be removed completely and replaced?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Cody.
No problem.
Any, no more questions? Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, moving along, announcements and inquiries from the public. Anybody have anything they wanted regarding, it has to be items on the agenda? No, okay. Announcements and inquiries from council?
None for myself.
Councilor Loftus.
None for myself.
Councilor Pelletier?
Not for myself, Your Worship.
Okay, and none for myself either. Okay, moving to the seconder to accept correspondence. Councilor Loftus, Councilor Pelletier?
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Pelletier. Be it resolved, the Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles receives the following correspondence for information. Number 1, copy of a letter from South Huron dated October 15, 2024 regarding Heritage Advisory Committee. Number 2, copy of a letter from Oro Medonte dated November 29, 2024 regarding request for support, increased tile drain loan limit. Number 3, copy of a letter from New Tecumseh dated December 3, 2024 regarding request the redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST. Number 4, email from East Ferris dated November 12, 2024 regarding concerns with transport and deposition of naturally occurring radioactive material, bracket norm, at the Agnew Lake Tailings Management Area, bracket Oakma. Number 5, letter from Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing dated December 12, 2024. Number 6, copy of a letter from Tay Valley dated December 12, 2024 regarding follow-up support for the motion on sustainable municipal funding. Number 7, email from Wawa dated December 12, 2024 regarding support Terrace Bay ambulance shortage and healthcare system. Number 8, copy of a letter from Killarney dated December 17, 2024 regarding redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 9, email from Port Hope dated December 18, 2024 regarding requesting redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 10, copy of a letter from Sudbury East Planning Board dated December 18, 2024 regarding minor variance application SEPB file number A/06/24/SC. Number 11, copy of letter from Stouffville dated December 18, 2024 regarding redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 12, copy of letter from Uxbridge dated December 18, 2024 regarding request the redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 13, letter from Ontario Provincial Police dated December 19, 2024. Number 14, copy of a letter from Scugog dated December 19, 2024 regarding request the redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 15, copy of a letter from Stone Mills dated December 19, 2024 regarding request the redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 16, copy of a letter from Laurentian Hills dated December 20, 2024. Number 17, copy of a letter from Sudbury East Planning Board dated December 20, 2024 regarding consent application SEPB file number B/30/24/SC. Number 18, copy of a letter from Toronto dated December 20, 2024 regarding declaring Toronto a paid plasma-free zone. Number 19, copy of a letter from Amaranth dated December 24, 2024 regarding requesting the redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustainable infrastructure funding. Number 20, copy of a letter from Funum dated January 2, 2025. Number 21, copy of a letter from Prince Edward dated January 6, 2025. Number 22, copy of a letter from Northumberland dated January 7, 2025 regarding correspondence, quote, protection of agricultural lands and sustainable development. And number 23, copy of letter from Woodstock dated January 8, 2025.
Thank you very much for that. Any direction?
For information only for myself.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Loftus?
For information only.
Okay, Councillor Putzi?
For information only.
All right. All those in favor? Carry. Next, we have a report to council, the quarterly report, environmental services, prepared by Michelle Clark.
So the fourth quarter report was in the agenda package, and just going to go over some of the highlights of it, which was for waste diversion. So we had the wood grinding that was completed at the landfill, and we had the diversion of our steel pile, our tires, and we also prepared the RFP for waste collection services, which was posted yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Just for the scrap metal, and do we get money for the electronics or?
Yes, we do. We get a value for the electronics, for the steel, and a portion for the paint as well.
So the steel was about 49, instead of so approximately what, 5,000 to 7,000 we received?
It was closer to 10.
10, okay.
Yeah.
And where exactly, is that staying for the landfill? Do you know where the money was?
We can get back to you on that.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Councillor Loftus?
No, very good report. I like the breakdown, so it shows us everything that's going on.
Thank you. Councillor Putzi?
Glad to see the wood grinding was completed. I got to see it firsthand being used. It looks pretty good. Any complaints about it? Like, because now we're using it for backfilling as well, right?
We're using it just for cover material.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it's working pretty good.
It's working great.
Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Just want to do that again.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Next, financial committee resolution to receive for cash disbursement. Move in a second, please. Councillor Loftus, Councillor Laframboise, Councillor Loftus.
Moved by Councillor Laframboise and seconded by Councillor Loftus, be it resolved that the cash disbursement register for the month of December be received in the amount of $342,612.13.
Any questions? I would imagine everybody received the email where if you had questions, you were directed to send it. Okay?
I can read so much.
Yes, there were some questions sent?
Yes, so Councillor Laframboise had submitted some questions to our treasurer, who stopped in and gave me the answers. First question was, were we able to secure the refund for the faulty camera that was mentioned in last month's cash disbursements? I can advise that was given to staff to return. We're gonna have to follow up on where that is. Question number 2, regarding the cash disbursements, Diane Brownlee, 2024-04-24. There was a hearing conducted on April 24, 2024. Could you clarify this bill and why the receipt was so late in being paid? So this bill was actually for the arbitration, and she forgot to bill us, so we just received the bill. So there was actually no delay in paying it,
Yeah.
no delay in receiving it. Number 3, page 146, St. Charles petty cash, there's an amount of $59.70 unaccounted for. The treasurer advises that the petty cash has been out that amount for some time. She just doesn't know where it went. Everybody has access to that. We assume it went to when some interior office renovations were being done, but she's decided that she just has to write it off at this point with it being year end. So that amount is just being written off And number 4, Sittler Grinding, Public Works, shouldn't this be listed under landfill instead? Additionally, the amount of $22,598.89. While we had budgeted $15,000, I thought we had a quote for this amount. Apologies if this was addressed earlier, I don't recall. Can you clarify which account the additional funds came from? So the treasurer has actually fixed that, and it is out of landfill, not Public Works. And she advises that there's $7,700 that was in the cover budget that was not used. For cover, we didn't need it, and we were using the grinding for cover. Do you have anything to add to that?
Just for the last one, there was oh, sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I
See,
wasn't either.
you went, see, because she just told me there was extra material, but, yeah.
The quote was actually received, I believe, in late fall or early spring, and we had generated more wood waste since when he came in November to do the grinding.
Okay, I know it was also scheduled for late fall to maybe collaborate with our neighboring municipalities, yeah, to get a better price. That's what they were saying, so I was just questioning because it's a different quote.
We did receive another quote from another company as well, and they had increased from their previous estimate.
Perfect, thank you so much.
And that's it, all right. Therefore, any other questions, if you see them, please send them ahead. So all those in favor? Okay, carried. Next, a report to council regarding the renewal of the municipal fire department insurance policy.
That's me.
That's yours, yeah. On page 150.
Okay, so as everybody knows, every year we have to renew our insurance. It's a long and lengthy process. We did start early this year. We did get information out to our broker early. There was a lot of information that had to be obtained this year because we were seeking quotes from other company. And despite the fact that we did do all of that and get it to them, they still didn't have quite enough time to get us a quote back. However, our current provider gave us a very good quote with only a 3% increase. There's my report here. Yeah, there was a 3.46% increase, which in speaking with our broker, she hasn't seen that yet. That's probably the best she's seen this year. She's attributing that probably to the fact that they know that we're shopping. So in that, we're also going to continue to, again, next year, provide the information so that we can continue to shop with the other companies, so we can get the break again next year. So there aren't a lot of options as far as municipal insurance providers. There really isn't much shopping that you can do. A 3.5% increase is extremely reasonable. So I'm just here. We did go ahead because the policy did renew December 31st. We did go ahead and authorize the renewal, and I'm just here to get the formal okay from council that go ahead.
Okay, so that's for the, and the fire is also at
Fire hasn't changed.
Okay.
It's been that way since I've been here, which is 5 years, so that amount hasn't changed in 5 years, probably longer.
all right.
I do have questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 201, if you look at the Exhibit A, the building and structures. So I just wondering why number 7, why we have fire and ambulance station, like we don't have an ambulance station, like should it only be fire station? I just, like, does that make a big difference? Like, I just wanna make sure.
It doesn't. I can definitely just tell them to remove that wording, but it's, I believe we did send that.
So, well, originally,
It was
it's a
an
remnants,
ambulance.
there was a first response day. It has been taken over by the fire department, so it would be just clarification of the title,
Okay.
that there's no ambulance.
Okay, and then I see like we have the playground equipment and stuff, but we don't have, the cenotaph, cause I see that we have, Columbarian, like from the, and then we don't have the splash pad or pickleball. And then we don't have like, I think like, I don't know how you would call it, like the shed at the landfill, and then there's an outhouse
I
there.
don't know that when we submitted our documents, so I can clarify. We did go through all the lists and had all of that when we submitted, so we'll just clarify that they are still in there.
And then, oh, exhibition B. So there's 2 pages. So the first page, if you look at, so page 205, so I'm not sure which, I'm assuming 206 is the right one, because 205, we have a Toyota Sienna, under office. What is that? Like which, I don't think we have that vehicle, right?
No,
That was the seat.
that was the old seat van,
Okay,
and I think it's.
and then it's on the second
caravan.
one is the proper one,
It's
yeah.
the caravan, yeah.
So,
I will get them to clarify that.
and then we have the Toyota RAV4 for Public Works, which is the
That's since been transferred to,
but the two, like the second page, everything's gone. I just wanna make sure that.
yeah, I'm just gonna clarify with them that page, the 205 is not, I think it's garbage.
Yeah, okay. So page 203, so we have the, number 27, we have the grader, the John Deere grader as itself. But then we have miscellaneous tools, equipment, supplies, I'm assuming Casimir, 40 Casimir, that's Public Works, it's 950. So are we accounting like, I don't get why the grader's by itself, and then the rest, do we account like the backhoe and
I believe
excavator, the Kubota, like is that all for the 950? I just wanna make sure.
So I believe the grader is calculated separately because it's financed.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, that's it, so, sorry. Very creative.
All right, any other questions? Other questions? Council Loftus.
It's good, I'm glad that we're only getting 3.46 for this renewal, so, I mean, once the clerk can clarify the information that, Councilor LeBron has requested, I think it's a good deal.
Okay, thank you. Council Patsy?
No questions. I don't think we really had any before either. It's just, it's not nice to see an increase, but it's also nice that it's not a 12% or,
Yeah.
more substantial increase, so, as we've seen in the past.
I think, just not that many years, it was like in the 5-0 numbers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, also very glad to see those, low increases. So, for the resolution, do we need to wait to make sure that, it is correct?
The cost isn't gonna change.
The cost is not gonna change, okay. Therefore, do I have a mover and a seconder for the resolution to accept? Councilor Loftus and Councilor Patsy?
So this is for
For
the
the first one, municipal insurance.
Okay, so moved by Councilor Loftus and seconded by Councilor Patsy, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby authorizes the renewal of the municipal insurance policy from BrokerLink JG Riva Brokers Limited for the period of December 31, 2024 to December 31, 2025 in the amount of $180,291 plus applicable taxes.
All those in favor? Carried. Mover and a seconder for the fire department insurance. Councilor Patsy, Councilor Lafrance.
Moved by Councillor Pelletier and seconded by Councillor LaFramboise, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles authorizes the renewal of the Municipality of St. Charles Fire Department insurance policy provided through BrokerLink JG Revia Brokers Limited for the period of December 31, 2024 to December 31, 2025 in the amount of $2,408 plus applicable taxes.
All those in favor? Carried. Next, item 8.3.2, the report to council regarding benefit plans provided for management. Mr. Denis Surcouf, lead on the report.
Yes, Your Worship. And I'll just start off, I do apologize for I know this was asked a while back. The three other companies that provided a quote did not want to provide a quote until we had our full renewal quote for the municipality, which occurred November 1st. So once I received on middle of October the actual renewal rate, not the estimate, those were forwarded to Canoe. Canoe is similar to Mosey. They're authorized vendor, group purchasing under LAS. The difference with Canoe, they cannot actively seek Mosey LAS customers. So when I went to AMO, I started a discussion with them and I asked for a quote. Then they were able to provide a quote. Otherwise, they can't cold call me and say you're available. So, and or send me an email. That's their agreement. So, but it's fully authorized. They were the last to submit a proposal. Well, People Corporation came after, but Canoe did not have authorization to sell in Ontario until December 1st, so we couldn't actually provide a quote. So they're new, obviously in Ontario, but obviously Canoe is Canada-wide. They have, it's like LAS, they group purchase, they get together. People's Corporation is like any other broker you would go to. It was ended up being a cold call from them, continued the conversation. And Community Service Benefit Trust again, that was a cold call salesman, and then we went from there. So obviously comparison to, and again, we're going to talk this in general, we don't go to specifics, so in general, Union, they're pooled employees. So obviously Leuna have a much bigger pool of that is under the same benefit plan. So if one breaks a leg, well, they have hundreds of others to pay into the plan to cover the short term or the medical bills or the medication. Obviously it's EI for them, for the union side. So the rates, and I have the rates here. I don't have the union rates, but obviously, as you can see, the cost is fairly expensive per employee per year. I have the number here. Somewhere around $13,000 per employee. And obviously the unions are about a quarter of that. So the goal was trying to reach the best deal possible, and it was the same message from all four that provided a quote, is because of such the small pool, it is near impossible, or risk, it cannot be distributed on a bigger number. So when they punch in the numbers in their Excel sheet, those unfortunately are the high numbers. And the other was our past history claim, which is now mostly clear. There was only a few short-term claims a few years back, but we've been clear for 2 years, and it showed in the renewal rates. The renewal rates have been stable or dropping. Example, LAS this year, I proposed a slight increase of 1.3% after discussion with myself and the treasurer with them. They sharpened their pencil, and actually is a drop in the current. Obviously knowing that I was frank with them, is that at these prices, I have to be looking. So the quotes provided, as you can see in their various reports, I tried to compare apples to apples. There are slight differences. Some of them provided a chart showing the slight difference in, probably Canoe's quotation is probably the best one, where they went through the entire program, which on page 255. They went through the benefits that are offered and basically compared like Sun Life to Canada Life to Group Source to their Medava Blue Cross, which is basically the it's not an apple to apple. That was the like their you can see the differences. The savings is they don't provide short term. They don't provide the benefit amount is limited to 50,000. But the two others, Canada Life and Group Source, were competitive, and you can see what is covered and the variations from such. And again, in looking into the report itself, the quotes provided, I'm going back here. So I'll go just the monthly rate, and again, it's plus 8% tax, which you gotta add 8% to these numbers. So Mosey, their reduced price is $41.61 plus tax. CSB, I had to adjust their numbers to 4 staff because when I started this back in November, we were 3 staff at that time. Obviously that was adjusted shortly thereafter. So I had to adjust the number to make it 4 staff. Their quote came in at $3,843. I would still have, because it's been a while, I would have to see validate their 90-day, we're just past their 90-day guarantee. Canoe benefits groups, the Group Source portion, which is comparable. It comes in at a very comparable price to the CSBT at $38.44. Represents a, I wrote it down here, a 3,000. Sorry, it's a long.
3,800.
3810 per year. That's after their 1.5%. Plus HST, and again, when I started this, I started net tax, and I realized probably would have been with clear numbers with 8%. And People's Corporation, $39.59. Again, with People's Corporation, similar to Canoe, once we sign on, they can do more work in the background, test more markets. People's Corporation is asking to be made the sign the brokerage to them. I was not comfortable doing that because right now we're with Mosey, and if I move to People's Corporation, is basically I'm locking myself in with them. So that being said, I have tried my best to locate the like a benefit package. There's probably still more brokers out there I can approach. I was trying mostly with Canoe and Mosby because they are LAS, they are what the municipalities use. Like they have hundreds of municipalities, both Mosey and Mosey has probably, they were saying about 40% of the municipalities in Ontario, and Canoe has, they told me, I won't say the number because I forgot, but it's hundreds of municipalities across Ontario. So those are the big ones. There probably are other providers that I can go to, similar to People's Corporation, where they can approach the Canada Life, and the big underwriters. There's only so many underwriters, and Canoe did a comparison on their representation. They did a lot of work to list by market share on page 251. They provided like Sun Life as 1% of the market, Canada Life has 10, Manulife has 12, Desjardins has 10, MetaView has 13, Financial Group has 4, Equilife 12. So They are acting more as a broker than Mosey and Mosey. Mosey and Mosey seems to be dealing Sun Life only, which is the 1%. I do believe that Canoe would probably eventually drop us $3,800 once we switch over, and would work in probably getting the best price among these, those 10 underwriters. Because that can change broker to broker, but there's only so many underwriters. And obviously from here, that's the majority of the market which they work with. So my recommendation is that we move our services to Canoe. And most likely the group source, which is comparable to the two, but they're slightly cheaper than Canada Life on that group. Apart from that, I'm open to any suggestion, but that is what we came up with in terms of the cost savings. I could still start shopping at other brokers to see if there's because I'm not an expert in benefit programs. Some benefit programs are creative. What I was hoping from them is like a self-funded, like a dental plan. So we basically, you show up your dental invoice and staff pays them directly. So you're limited to $2,000 and you only pay out insurable stuff, but you don't pay out the management of the program. So those are like stuffs maybe in the future we can try to look at. We save the administration cost and the risk factor. But like I say, other than that, I don't know where council wants me to go. And if you have any ideas, definitely I'm open to it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for looking into this, yeah?
Yes, go ahead.
Just one question, so the municipality pays the shares 50/50, is that how we pay?
No, the municipality pays 100% of all plans, both union and management.
Okay. For some reason I thought it was 50/50.
Just add to that, sometimes funding like that is done so that the long and short term is not taxable.
Okay.
But in this, it's been established for, I just remember, I've been here for 20 years, it's always been 100% municipality. It needs something to look in the future to do a tax saving to the, if you have a long term or short term, and then it flips it around a bit.
Okay, so right now we are having a cost saving of,
By going to Canoe, you mean?
yeah, sorry, 3,800. So is it each or just,
Unfortunately, this is total for the year.
yeah?
It's
Before.
better than nothing, but not much.
Okay, so I'm with option 2, but I'm just curious if you can bring this to the table and discuss it further. I was sure that we were paying 50% of the shares and stuff, so.
Yeah. That's also something that I'm not familiar with, and it's our counselor that has a bit more information, I'd have to say, history working with these things is not here today. But we'll see if we have, do you have any more questions? 'Cause
No.
I'm not very knowledgeable in this.
No.
Counselor Loftus?
No, I would go with option 2.
Okay. Counselor Butzi?
Yeah, I'd be in favor of option 2 as well. It's the most savings, and it's still, apples to apples, it's still equivalent benefit package, right, and everything, so, but, yeah, just as mentioned, bringing it back to the table, I believe, different places of work, it's, some places it's you know, they
There's
pay,
some, yeah.
some that are 50/50, some,
$75.
others are actually, they're like 100%, but that's quite a different, different impact to employees that way, so, I wouldn't wanna be jumping to that, but, no, for this report, I'd definitely be looking at option 2.
Okay. So for the moment, we're gonna say we're going with option 2. We're gonna be looking at this later on, and is there a motion later on? Or- No? Okay, so this is where we're making it. Do we have a timeline that we have to meet at this time, or?
No, insurance benefit is you give your notice, and at the next cycle, billing cycle, which is monthly, they would fix a date, usually enough to get the paperwork done, maybe 2 months, and then we're transferred over. Being it's 3810, it's waiting a month is, you can do the math, it's not significant. So if we do the change in 2 months, you just do like 1/6 of the 3850 reduction in savings. And sorry, I don't have the math in front of me there, but.
Is there any drawback about doing a switch now, and like, are we locked in for a year after a switch, or?
No, it's like everything else. If you shop too much, then the price goes up because they don't think you're serious, all the work they put in, and then they just say, go away price. So if you're honest with them, they provide a quote, and if you stick with them for a couple of years, they're honest, and if we go back to the market, they will also quote respectfully. It's just if you go too much, it's like anything else. Like the insurance, if we start shopping too much, then they say, well, we're doing all this work and you're not bidding, so either you get a go-away price or we just put random numbers that you won't pay.
Okay, all right.
It's like everything else, it's, you do a certain cycle, then you stick with it.
And option 2, that's the one with Canoe, correct? Okay. Well, looking at it, I also believe that Canoe is the better of the options. If we do anything as far as switching percentages or whatnot, that can be handled separately later on. But I do believe also Canoe would be the better option.
So does council wish me to start the process to do a switch over?
I would
within the
say
next month or so?
we move ahead with Canoe at this time, and if we're gonna be looking, because it is the best option price-wise that we're looking at, and if we wanna look at some minor changes, maybe that can be handled internally, keeping with Canoe. Are we in agreement with that? Do you have a question?
Are there gonna be any, I mean, obviously, anytime you change, benefits providers, there's gonna be an impact to, people who are under that benefits plan, right? So, if anybody who's under that benefits plan now, I mean, is there gonna be any, do we foresee any drastic impacts to anybody affected by that, or are they?
Like changing to Canoe?
I
Yeah.
think it's comparable.
As long as everything, yeah,
Yeah.
like I wouldn't wanna be going from something that, you know, we're up here with the benefits and we're going, like-
Yeah, no, and I had a phone call with them, and we went through the packages, and it was understood it was comparable. Some had little advantages, some had disadvantages. Like I said, the last one on the Canoe table was basically the one you probably get when you start working at the grocery store. It's basically the basic of the basic plan. The 2 others were comparable to what union members get, because it was all based on the original benefit to the union members, or we were all as a group before. And if I do remember, the costing was around 8,000 for everyone. So when the union came up with a costing half the price, those members went out and went to a drastically lower price. The remaining, non-union members, rates, when I started here, were $17,000. They actually dropped roughly $4,000 per year since 2019. It's been an insane amount, and we could not change because we had claims. If you have claims history, they tend to, yeah, if you leave, you'll get the go-away price. Basically, you're a risk, we can't touch you. We've been, I'll just say, fairly clear. There was a couple minor claims, but nothing much, and that's why the prices are going down. The reason the price were at somewhere seven, and I can even provide the quotes because I couldn't hardly believe it when I saw it, just over 17. We had just come out of a couple of years, some had a claim for a couple of years, which is was what they covered for. But unfortunately, it does create, you pay for it in the long run.
Yeah.
And there, we can't spread it out over all the employees.
Okay. All right, so we're agreeing to move to the one last vote for to make sure, yes? Council Loftus, you agree?
Yes, I am.
And Council Putzi?
Yes.
All right. We'll start the process to switch out.
Okay.
So, 8.41, report to council, future facilities accessible transportation seat program prepared by Denise Cole, CEO.
Sorry, my screen just goes into the screen saving mode here. Okay, so I'll start off with the update on the van. Okay, so the update the van, then we'll go into the report. So as council heard, and so yesterday, unfortunately, the van was involved in a fire incident where it received total loss. I don't think there's scrap steel value left. So the van is insured. I did call the ministry this afternoon. I had a call with them. The end of so the program is scheduled to go till March 31st and end. So my question to the ministry is when the insurance comes through to the Edo Señal, does the money have to go back to the MTO? Can they use the money to purchase a new van? Can you use the cash itself to continue the program until March 31st? And basically, yes, yes, yes. So you can, when you receive the money, you can buy a new van. The question of whether it has to be accessible is still outstanding. That was an afterthought discussion that we had about whether it has to be with the lift or it's just like a catamaran, you open the side and just aids to go in. So that question's still out. You can use for operational, so rent a van, pay for drivers and all expenses and run the program till March 31st and or run out the money. Or just give up the program and send the money back to NTO. We can continue the program, so that last one is probably the last on what I would suggest. The municipality has an agreement with Edo Señal. I reviewed it with the clerk. We are owed the grant, so, and we have an understanding with Edo Señal that they run the program. Council can, my understanding of the agreement that we have, we can basically dictate in the agreement there is conditions that if the van is sold, lost, or otherwise, this is otherwise, we can recall the money if I'm correct. So it basically gives power to council to say what happens with the insurance money from here to March 31st. Now, in line with decision whether to support the application for Edo Señal to continue the program with the van going forward, except for cash. Cash, March 31st, has to revert to the ministry. The van was the only item that was allowed to be used post March 31st. So that was the, here's your little gift to continue your program. All cash, liquid, has to be returned to the ministry. So if you do run the program, Edo Señal, so if whatever they receive in insurance, I don't have the information on deductible. on the insured value and on what the check will be from the insurance. What's the delay from the check? I have to reach out because it's so fresh, and I'm sure we'll have more information next few days. And what's the delay of purchasing a new van? Because that question I did pose to the ministry is like, if you purchase a van, but it's only delivered after March 31st, I didn't get quite a clear enough answer to say it here. Then that's why I asked, does it have to have a mobility lift to be modified? Because it takes multiple, by the time you get the van and modify it, you will be close to the 75 days. So, if council can judge the programs they want, and it depends if we just give up and just run the program March 31st and give up, or we can exercise our rights as council and say to Edo Senal, we wish the program to continue post March 31st. We because of this loss, we require that a new van be purchased. That problem is there's still a lot of math to do because there is a deductible. Insured value may not equate to the van of 2025 when it was purchased in 2023. So I don't have that number because it's so fresh. But if council chooses their preference of who should continue the program, and I would try to fill in the gap, I would tell or give Edo Senal our intent. If it's our intent to transfer you the van, well, at this point, they're out of the van and they may not be able to run the program without using the funds from the insurance until March 31st. So that makes it a bit difficult. If it's intent to purchase a van, then the program would probably cease as a, well, not up and running until they get a rental or a new van. So it's a very short window. So in a sense, it's basically, we could make a few decisions to shape. I don't have all the answers.
Through you. I'm concerned at this point just that with two members of council having declared a pecuniary interest and one member absent, we don't have enough members to make any decision tonight.
I believe you still have quorum, but it would be maybe smart because we will not know the numbers, but you still have quorum. So we can defer, and I could put a hold. And I could tell council
For
I
a
could
special
hold.
meeting or. Yes, Councilor, sorry.
We're still waiting for information back from the insurance company, right?
Yes, and my plan is to reach out to them and figure out the amounts, and I will put my concerns of putting a hold on any expenses until I get a decision from council.
So I would prefer to a special meeting whenever we have that information available.
I think so too, yeah.
Okay. So probably sometime early next week would probably, because we have to deal fast, because if we're asking them to freeze the money, it would require decision from council.
I do have one question from the Lions proposal. It states they're asking if they could lease the van for a year. Are we able to do that? $1, if I look at their.
After the seed program, etc.
Yes, yeah.
It's any agreement, I'm sure that we've been doing it.
I just want to make sure, like, I just want to clarify everything.
It can be done, we just have to make sure that everybody carries sufficient insurance.
Okay.
Okay, that was easy.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and wait for further information from the insurance company.
At this point, and this maybe was the items you guys were waiting, you are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Or you can leave it at your discretion. Okay, moving on, item 8.5.1, report to council, quarterly report, Parks and Recreation. Michelle.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Parks Recreation Facilities is a new report that will be on the agenda quarterly. The highlights of this report is to reflect the usage of our facilities based on private bookings and organizational bookings. The highlights for this quarter is just that the ice opened, we've got the ice pad up and running. So we've already made ice rentals and facility bookings. And in the report, you can see quarter 4, there is a small error on the private bookings, the total cost of 2024. The cost under the quarter 4 is the correct number. So we were a total of 10,988. Unfortunately, I didn't have the 2023 numbers when I submitted the report, but I did get them afterwards. And for quarter 4 of 2023, our revenues was 6,259.
Okay, any questions?
Just the one, if you look at the last hall rentals free totals, so we have the arena hall for 48 hours.
That's correct. So UNRV runs their yoga
Oh,
and their
yes,
weight
yes.
training program there.
Forgot about that. Okay.
Any questions, Councilor Loftus?
No, thank you, very good report.
And Councilor Paté?
Yeah, just for clarification, so the revenue for Q4 this year was around, it was 10, is that what you said?
10,988.
And then last year it was 6,200.
That's correct.
Oh, perfect, that's good.
Just they're not comparing apples to apples because I believe that last year we had
Sorry.
a condenser that was down, so there was a month of delay there.
All right, good point. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Next, item 8.6.1, report to council, quarterly report, building department. Andrea Torini.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. This is the wrap-up report for 2024. Highlights include 8 new housing starts, which is a significant number in the area. And also the overall value, you'll notice just over $2 million, so definitely looking at homes with a higher value overall tend to be not seasonal dwellings, but long-term, all-year dwellings within the community. Investments in accessory structures, overall just investments in residential building. So seeing that overall total construction number of 3.7 million is a nice number for the municipality, and we went over the amount of building permit fees that we had predicted for the year. So nothing but good news in building, and as we know, there's still lots to be filled with homes, so we're looking forward to similar numbers in 2025 from what I can tell. You'll see notes about short-term rentals and travel trailers later on, or within the second half of my report. You'll see a lot more information about this because 2025 is going to be our real rollout year for these licenses in the municipality. But we do have 3 applications in progress left over from 2024, and you'll see more starting in quarter 1 of 25 for short-term rentals. Last but not least, the backyard hen survey. I put on this, it probably maybe fit better in the bylaw report, but because it's kind of been my my little baby, the backyard hen survey, we had only received 74 responses by the middle of December in 2024. Every time we put out a public survey, we often get the comment that not everyone has the internet, not everyone is internet savvy. So since we're right around the corner from sending out our tax bills, we wanted to send out the information in the early tax insert, get as much public feedback as we can so that we can present to council with more solid numbers and information from the residents. So I had said I wanted to report by the end of 2024, but I feel like this is a very important decision. So if council is in support, we would like to include the survey information in the tax inserts.
Okay, Thank you. Any questions, Councilor Lapalisse?
No, thanks for the report, and I did see it in the tax insert, so.
Oh, it's already gone?
perfect,
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know. Fantastic. Well, there you go. I'm glad we're in support.
Quarterly report was a positive outcome, so thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Lapalisse, any questions?
Yes, very good report, and I'd like to see those new builds. Good for the
No.
St. Charles. Let's grow.
Thank you very much, Councilor Potier.
No, thank you for the report, a lot of detail. I noticed quite a bit of a decrease in the other construction table, but I guess we were probably part of that as well, right?
To your worship, that the spending that we see on those government institutional lines, those tend to be school improvements and sometimes municipal improvements as well. And municipal improvements, we don't see any increased permit fees. So sometimes you'll see a really high government institutional line, but no real reflection in the permit fees. So while they're nice, I'm always more excited to see higher numbers in the residential side. Yeah.
Perfect. And yeah, no, I've seen the backyard hand survey and the tax insert, so.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's nice to see it going out, and hopefully we reach out to more people.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm also very glad to see those high numbers on residential. Thank you very much for the report. Very nice. Next report. Report to council 8.71 Fire Department quarterly report.
Good evening, everybody. I like to fly in the nick of time. Works perfectly. Watch online at home, put kids to bed, come on in. It was brought to my attention that we didn't actually have a Q3 report that was delivered to council, so we just brought Q3 into Q4 and summed it up nicely as a year end. So in Q3 and Q4, we had 10 emergency calls, which is a little bit below our average for that time of year. They're spelled out. Included in that were two events that involved mutual or automatic aid, one with Marseille Warren and one with French River. Training across these two quarters, the summer focused generally on seasonal activities and as opposed to winter months, so auto extrication and vehicle operations was a big focus on us. And we do partner with one of the local scrap vendors. He's fantastic to work with, saves us vehicles, sets them up, lets us cut them apart, and then sends them off to scrap. So that really does provide invaluable training for us because we can really focus in on specific skills and scenario-based training. The latter half or the latter quarter of the year really was heavily focused on two topics. One was on firefighter 1 exams. So you may recall the province made it mandatory for certification. So we did have a significant number of firefighters go and write exams in French River at the end of November. And the second half of that was focused very heavily on getting our new pumper into service, both of which went relatively well. Since the time of running this report, we did get exam results back. They were all right. About half of the group was completely successful, half the group was not. It's a pass-fail. So did they miss by 1 mark? Did they miss by 20 marks? We don't know. But that does seem to be pretty consistent with all of the departments that wrote the exams that day. The pass percentage was consistent. Let's leave it at that. So they will all have to do some more studying and rewrite at some point in the spring. And then those that were successful, they'll go on, they'll get their seals from both the NFPA and IFSAC, so they will be nationally and internationally certified as firefighters, which is a huge accomplishment for this department. Okay. That said, even the firefighters that weren't successful, they weren't successful in the written portion of their exam. They did all pass the practical portion, so they're halfway there. Prevention and public education, this continued as is pretty standard. We had a number of inspections on rental properties at the owners and occupants' requests, annual inspections on the school and other high-risk facilities in our municipality. We are working with one of those properties to rectify a number of issues. Human resources, 2 resignations, one was previously on leave, 1 member completed their probationary period, 1 new member has joined the department, and we do have 3 additional new members in the pipeline as it sets right now. With one of the resignations, we did have a vacancy created for a captain. However, we did also have a person who had already qualified for the captain's position, so it was a pretty clean transition. So the new captain within the department is Taylor Evans. Yeah, general activities are listed out there for you guys to review. If there's any questions, by all means.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councillor Framboise?
None for myself. Great report. Thank you for your dedication in training our firefighters and your strong leadership. I was able to, I had the chance to see some training that occurred in French River, and it was very well done. And yeah, just your focus, I find, builds a trust in our community, and I think it's nice to see. And also, congrats to Taylor Evans for the promotion of captain. I think she's a good asset to, good assets to the fire department.
Thank you very much, Councillor Loftus.
No, thank you for the report, very well done.
Councillor Gauthier?
Thank you for the report. It's nice to see, the ice and water rescue equipment. You're going to be getting to that shortly. I know there is some ice out there now, so hopefully we don't have many calls for that, but nice to see that's moving along. Pumper 12, I'm sure hasn't really seen any service yet, but
It's been on 3 calls.
it's been on 3 calls, but has it been used?
We haven't pumped on it.
No, I
yet,
haven't pumped. Yeah, okay.
No, they've been all unrelated to pumping.
Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Thank you for the great report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deschamps?
I'd like to express my apologies for the tardiness. I did read through your report. I didn't have any comments or concerns. Thanks for your report.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now you have another report discussing surplus fire department assets.
So I'm gonna, before I launch into the details, is everybody aware of the process for declaring assets surplus? Everybody? Okay. So when a municipal asset is deemed surplus by the department head, so myself, the director of operations, etc., we can't just either throw it out or sell it or whatnot. We have to bring those assets forward to council. Council basically agrees that these assets are surplus. You declare them surplus, and then we dispose of them through, one of a couple means. Okay. So for the report tonight, we do have a number of fire department assets that are surplus. Okay. Generally speaking, fire department assets are declared surplus for one of 2 reasons. Either they age out, right? So there is timelines and life expectancies on fire department equipment, and the other one is this idea of inferiority. So that could be a philosophy change, that could be a technology change, that could be something like the pumper, which fails. Okay. So we, for the sake of this report, have assets in both categories. Assets to be disposed recommend. So we have a group of assets that are aging out, where they have expired. Okay, so we can no longer use these for firefighting activities, and that does to an extent include training. So the first group of assets, my recommendation is that we donate these to Firefighters Without Borders. This is an internationally recognized charitable organization who we have donated to before. We also have received donations from them in the past. So 18 lengths of 65 millimeter hose. This was manufactured in 1953, and it's actually been obsolete since 2013. And we had many thousands of feet of this hose, which we've been progressively working to replace through budget cycles. And so this is the last of that hose to be fully disposed of. 8 pairs of forestry boots in assorted sizes, 9 pair of structural firefighting boots, 2 nozzles, 65 millimeter ladder hooked, and then 3 bunker suits which expired in 2020. Specific to the bunker suits, yes, bunker suits generally we will retain them for 5 years after they expire to use for training purposes. But these are suits that are very, very, very far to the outside sizes. So there's really no merit to us keeping them any longer. So that's why I've included them, yes, maybe a year early into this, but it's a lot of work to expire 3 suits in a year from now. So former pumper 1201 should also be declared surplus and disposed of by means of council's choosing. Historically, large assets will be disposed of through a public auction, through govdeals.com.ca. However, with large assets, even though we can look at sale history from GovDeals, it still is always going to be a bit of a gamble in terms of what our return on that product is going to be. Especially because there's no reserves applied. However, so based on 2024 sales data from govdeals.com, we could expect to see a return anywhere from $4,000 to $18,000 if that pump was operational. We do have to declare that. We should declare that, which basically means this fire truck is just a truck. So whether we would see 4 to 18, I really have no point of reference. None of the vehicles sold in 24 were listed as had an operational or damaged pump. Okay, so given that, I would expect to see considerably less at auction. I know that in 2023, I know one of our neighbors sold a truck that was fully operational and they got $2,700 for it. And that was for an operational fire truck. Given the uniqueness of the asset and its replacement, the supplier of our new pumper, Battleshield Limited, they did present the municipality with a trade-in option to purchase the vehicle as is, understanding that the pump is not certified and that the pump is currently broken. We did attach the offer. However, in summary, they have said they are willing to give us a cash value in equipment, and then they've offered an additional $5,000 if the parts required for them to fix the pumper are below a certain threshold, which is $2,500. That's their cost for parts only. They're not including their labor, markups, etc. If they can buy the parts to fix the pump for $2,500, they will give us an additional $5,000. So council will have to choose how to dispose of pumper 1201. However, if we do go the trade-in option, it does give us a guaranteed return of at least the value of the equipment that they're offering to us.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councilor Tremblay?
No, it's nice to see that you're bringing this forward, that you looked into this. I like the trading option. And it's beneficial because obviously you're getting stuff, equipment towards the new pumper. So for myself, I'm in agreement with the trading option for this one, and the rest of the asset as per recommended declare.
Okay.
The rest of the assets to, I don't remember what you said.
Donation.
Yeah, the donation, without borders, firefighters without borders.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Councilor Loftus.
Yeah, for the first part, the donations to firefighters without borders, that's fine to dispose of them that way. And also the trading option is also my favorite.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Platini.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about the bunker suits, if it was something that was used for training purposes or even just trial purposes. I don't know if, if you were to have a volunteer or somebody want to come in and join the volunteer fire department, would you, if they're concerned about bunker suits or stuff like that, would they just try on somebody's bunker suit, or is that, just something food for thought, right? Is it something that you would, I don't know, if they're concerned about having to wear the equipment, would they be?
For sure. So through your workshop. So bunker suits expire at 10 years, right? That's their life cycle. There is a provision to have them annually certified for an additional 2 years. So we do generally run our suits to the max life cycle, which is 12 years after they've been certified twice. And then, like I said, we try to keep these suits for a total life cycle of 15 years. And then that extra 5, right, so from 10 to 15, we keep all the core sizes, right? We keep everything for 5 years, but the core sizes we really keep. Because like you said, if somebody comes in, day one, I'm not gonna, call up my supplier and say, hey, I need a bunker suit for this person to the tune of, $2,700 or $2,800, whatever this year's inflationary cost is gonna be. I always put them in a training suit for a minimum of 6 months to make sure that, they want to do this. They're putting in the effort, they're putting in the training time, and I really don't have any red flags to keep that person on. So that's why we retain those suits for exactly what you're asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do we still have some like training suits kind
Yeah,
of
I
available?
believe there's 10 or 11 other
Okay.
pairs of training
Perfect.
suits for sure. Yeah.
Huh, good to know. Awesome. No, other than that, I'm okay with the recommendation of donating to Firefighters Without Borders. And then as far as the offering from Battle Shield is what they're offering, so the monsoon manual monitors, so that's basically just like I was trying to see what exactly all the offering was, and it's basically just like an extra nozzle that you can control.
Yeah, so
manually, obviously this one, but
essentially, so when we had the truck, when they did the upfitting truck, they plumbed a pipe to the top of the deck. So this is a big turret that goes on top of the pumper that we would be able to then from the road put water into a house. So it's, again, we can get really far into the weeds on this, but essentially this is a philosophical change within the fire service in terms of how you attack fires.
Yeah.
And the concept of having immediate water from the truck, not having to stretch lines, and being able to get water kind of anywhere into the structure is a real philosophical and kind of an aggressive approach to putting out fires. And when we sort of look at it, and I look at it, trying to, given budgetary constraints that I know we have, taking what is essentially 30% of my operational budget for equipment to put into a nozzle is just not attainable. So when they presented this offer and they sort of said, hey chief, what are things that you need? I gave them a list of things that I think should be put in here, and they came up with what best fit into what their offer was.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, if it's something we think we need, and if it, obviously it comes with the installation of it as well, so that's probably part of the substantial cost there. I'd be in favor of going with that offering because, as you say, and we've seen the prices on some of the trucks as well. They're not very appealing to that. So whether or not we get the additional credit, well, that'll remain to be seen. But I'm in favor of going with that option as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Deschamps.
Yeah, I'm fine with making a donation in kind, and I think that the trade-in option is a good deal. The only question I have to that is how long, like, I understand we're getting a credit, doesn't mean we have to spend it right now. How long will they honor it and will they let us keep that credit for?
It's 30 days, I think.
No, 30 days for the offer.
30 days for the offer I'll go back to them about the additional credit.
Because we will, like, if they let us hold on to it for a year or two, they could be used in a year or two, depending on our other needs that may come up.
For sure.
Instead of just like, oh, we have it, let's blow it right now.
I can find out. I know just in talking to them, when if this is the option that council chooses, which based on kind of the conversation I'm hearing, it sounds like where we're going. The truck is winterized, it's parked, it's not insured. They're gonna come up and get it at some point, float it back, and then they'll bring it into their shop when they kind of have a little break. So it's entirely possible that it could be a month or 2 months before they get the truck into the shop to finalize what exactly is going on. But I'll get back with them and find out. I don't imagine they're gonna say, here's $5,000, spend it in the next 30 days. I don't see that.
For sure.
But I'll get some more clarification, because the reality is we do know that we have a tanker that's scheduled for replacement in 29. So if they're gonna let us hold on to it for 4 years, maybe there's interest on it, goes towards the down payment. I don't know. But I don't think there'll be a really tight timeline. But
No, and that's exactly what I was asking, because I know we do have other assets that are to be replaced, and although a turret would be nice, it's not something that is really necessary, if they would let us hold their funds. But thanks for your report, and that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Therefore, I'm also in agreement for the donation, and I think, also with Councilor Lachance, let's find out what sort of terms they're willing to offer with the return. We therefore have a resolution to declare the items surplus. It does not include, however, the pumper.
Through your worship, if council is okay, I did prepare the resolution for the donation items. I did not prepare the resolution for the truck. I wasn't sure where people would be. And if we're okay, I will prepare that at a subsequent meeting. I like to put in the details of the vehicle, including VIN number and all of that, so I can bring that forward at another.
All right.
Sorry, go ahead, finish.
No, that's it.
I do have a question when he said not insured. I just want to make sure, because it might look like it is insured on here, on the paper. You look back.
It currently still is.
Okay.
We have not lifted it off yet.
Okay.
But it's a fleet policy, so there's
Yes.
no.
Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure, because yeah, it's showing that it is insured here.
My apologies, I thought that ended December 31st.
Me too, it's December 31st.
Oh, I was under the impression that it came off December 31, so it's still sitting
sure.
So therefore, can I have a mover and a seconder for the other items? Councilor Loftus, Councilor Lachance.
Moved by Councilor Loftus and seconded by Councilor Lachance, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby declares the following as surplus equipment: 18 lengths 65mm hose manufactured 1953, 8 pair forestry boots assorted sizes, 9 pair structural firefighting boots, 2 nozzles 65mm ladder hooked, 3 bunker suits expired 2020. And be it further resolved that these items will be donated to firefighters without borders.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, next report, firefighter health and safety grant, Office of Fire Marshal, prepared by Denis.
Yes, your worship, the fire chief was made aware of the grant. The grant application was filled out. It's basically, they are giving money to fire departments to acquire certain types of equipment. Maybe the fire chief can expand on the piece of equipment he intends to buy with this grant. So it's basically recommending that council authorize the mayor and clerk to enter an agreement with the Solicitor General.
Through your worship, just to expand on this a little bit, so the province announced last year 3 years, $30 million in funding for fire departments. They're releasing it in 3 intervals of $10 million. Each of the 3 intervals will be towards a targeted subset of equipment necessary for fire departments. So this year's or 2024's application window was for equipment related to cancer prevention within the fire departments. They had a fairly prescribed set of equipment that could be purchased. It included everything from hoods, particulate blocking hoods, to bunker gear cleaners, to diesel exhaust systems. And generally speaking, the number one thing that fire departments struggle with is we don't have a way to clean our gear after a fire, okay? There are service providers that do it, one being in North Bay, which we do currently use. However, having the ability to completely clean firefighters' gear after calls right on site and have it back into service within a couple of hours is a very significant operational advantage to fire departments, especially because we don't have the budgets for every firefighter to have 2 sets of gear. And if I send a set of gear out for cleaning, it's usually 4 to 5 days before I get that equipment back. So if we have a call within that 4 to 5 days, I'm automatically down 1, 2, 3, 5 firefighters, or however many people have dirt gear. So we were successful in the grant. The $8,235.45. That's basically, they took every single fire department that applied, all the eligible funding, divided, eligible funding by number of fire halls, and this is the amount of money available per fire hall. So for us, one fire hall, 8230, French River, 2 fire halls, 16.4, Mark St. Warren, 24, etc. City of Toronto, I don't know, $1 million. Whatever, however many fire halls they have. And so basically that's the funding model. It's a really simple, it's a really fair model that they're applying. So for us, we identified obviously we need a way to clean and dry our bunker gear. So when we received quotes in the fall of 24 to apply for this grant, it came in at just under $9,000 with tax. So the budgetary impact for this, again, this is as of August. Budgetary impact was about $700, minus a little, plus or minus. Now, could that have gone up? Absolutely. But again, as of the time of writing, this is the information we have. So yeah, this is great to see the province providing support to fire departments. And obviously we've got 2 more rounds of funding in what I'm assuming are going to be a very similar dollar figure. So we'll see what the funding is for, and then we'll go from there.
All right, thank you. I think I've read up on cancer, that's the word I'm looking, carcinogens, and how the importance of cleaning bunker gear. So yeah, it's a key important. Therefore, I think there's going to be a resolution later on, but any questions or
Yeah, for
comments?
myself, great news.
Councillor Loftus?
No, great news, you got that grant.
Only question is, so when is the 2025 intake? Is that coming up soon, or is
that'll be in the fall?
In the fall, okay.
Yeah.
And so we won't know until the fall what they're going to be directing.
Probably in like July. So July is when they told us what this was for, and they had a very narrow application window.
Yeah.
And so the way they structured this is they basically said, here you're getting the money, fill out the paperwork, we'll send you the money. There's a report back period. You have to expend the money, I think, by September. There's a report back period in September as well. And then the new reporting window will also be, or the new application window in September. So basically it's going to be a 1-year sort of cycle for the next 3 years.
Okay. I was curious what the next topic is going to be.
Don't know.
Like this year was, attacking carcinogen and that kind of stuff. So
it's possible that our lovely bylaw officer could also have any insight into this. I don't know if Kevin's heard any, if you haven't heard any murmurings.
No.
He is also in the fire service. But so they haven't told anybody as far as I'm aware. I would imagine at the conference in March they may give us some insight into what the next funding model is, but at least for now we don't know.
Perfect, sounds good. Well, thank you for getting us funding.
Well, thanks for applying for the grant, thanks for the report, and
all right.
Can't leave report ended here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next, report to council, quarterly report, bylaw services by Kevin Benvenuti. Did I say that right, Benvenuti?
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here for my 4th quarter report for 2024 for the bylaw department. Some highlights for Q4. We were focused on identifying and addressing unlicensed short-term rentals to get ready for our 2025 licensing year. That's just doing some online research, looking online, seeing who's around, who's operating for right now. Animal control was still a priority for Q4. Our traffic bylaw, the draft was completed. Waste management bylaw draft is pretty much completed. It'll be coming to staff and council spring of 2025. For training and conferences, we sent our junior and senior municipal law enforcement officers to Cornwall. They attended training for their ASP tactical baton certification, municipal law enforcement canine self-defense certification, as well as officer escape team safety self-defense certifications. Just some of the stats for the year. As we're looking through our total year 2024, we're at 49 complaints overall, which is obviously an uptick from last year of 34. Q4 we had 5 animal, 1 snow removal, and 1 zoning. Total 7 for Q4. Next year we will be adding in the STR complaints and travel trailers, just so you can see how much time we're putting into it for the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
None for myself, thanks for the report.
Councilor Laptis?
No, thank you for the report.
Councilor Putzi?
No, thank you for the report. It's nice to see, more training is ongoing, because I'm sure, officer to escape gain safety, that's not something that you want to be messing around with. Just think about some of the different situations you can be put in, it can definitely be a scary event anyways, that's for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Deschamps?
I'll just echo what Councilor Passe said. It's always nice to see that we're getting more training for people that can be put in uncomfortable situations and having a proper way to escape from it. So, thanks for your report.
Yes, thank you very much, Kevin. I know your role is sometimes can be dangerous, but it's very important. Thank you very much. Next is a report to council, proposed traffic parking bylaw. Is this again with you, Kevin? Yes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a bit of a background. It's always best practice within our department to review, add bylaws, help with any issues throughout the municipality, with any issues we're seeing, and we know that traffic's always been an issue here for St. Charles, so we've been working on it for quite some time. This proposed bylaw will give the department the ability to use set fines to deal with any issues that are occurring with parking, including issues with vehicles parked on the street during winter months and vehicles parked in inappropriate spaces. The attached draft bylaw proposes general prohibitions to parking and proposes specific areas to be controlled by the bylaw. Our bylaw department worked closely with Public Works and the Fire Department in the development of this bylaw. It was a great collaboration and would not have been possible without their input and knowledge. We are supportive of this draft going forward in front of you, but I just want to remind you that this is the first draft. So there's going to be changes, inputs. It's just, this is what Sudbury used in the other municipalities, so we just put it together with Public Works and your fire department to kind of mix it for your town. That's what we've done so far. For recommendations, we recommend that council reviews the proposed bylaw and comment on any local issues that they are concerned with, and send comments to municipal staff. We ask that you send them to Michelle Clark, the director. She's going to handle all the incoming comments and organize it and talk to us. As well, staff, we're going to post this on the municipal website for public comments for roughly a month, just so we get input from the public. It's always nice to make sure that we're getting, especially with a big bylaw with this, that we hear from all sides, and that way council can decide what they want to see in this bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions, Councilor Framboise?
I'm looking at the rate of speed, page 366. So once this bylaw goes through, is that when we're going to be eligible to properly designate the speeding appropriately in
The main highways, sorry.
Off to you,
I
sorry.
just see that some of them aren't.
Yeah, so anything to do
Properly.
with the traffic or the fire, I just ask that you either the director or James for that. Just because that's their wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is just the enforcement side of this, and we just all kind of came together. So I need Michelle to answer that one.
Through your worship.
Yes.
So the maximum rate of speed, once it's adopted within the bylaw, then we can enforce it by putting up our signs and then
Change
under the Highway Traffic Act. It is.
Perfect, okay. And I guess same, I was surprised to see, I guess there's some stop sign missing and stuff in some areas.
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect, everything else looks pretty good, yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
Councilor Loftus?
No, it's, looks like they've done their homework and it's very thorough.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Putzi?
It's nice to see, it's a very good, draft. There's a lot of different information in there. I'm probably gonna keep reading through a lot of different details, even after this, but, even the, so some of the rates, and actually this, since we're on the speed pages, some of the, rate of speed are actually, we're gonna be decreasing them, from what they currently are, I presume is that's what's happening? Yeah.
Through your worship. So some of the roads that were identified within that currently have a bylaw for a rate of speed, they don't meet the drivability for the maximum rate of speed. So for safety, the driver
Yeah.
and pedestrians, that is recommended that it be reduced.
Perfect, sounds good, I like that. I know on some, we've already had complaints of them, at the 60 kilometer an hour, especially ones, because, everybody likes to go 20 over, so they're going 80, 75, 70 kilometers an hour down the side road, and it's, a lot of the houses down those roads are, you have kids, sometimes, they're usually not playing on the road, but, God forbid you have somebody going on the road, that extra 10, 20 kilometers an hour can make a difference, so. I was gonna question on some of the, the parking prohibitions because it was, I had noticed the Schedule B section after, because at first it was like, prohibited on it was like prohibited on everywhere, but we are allowing it basically from the intersection and onwards to the streets and everything. That's basically what we're going with here, up until, I think, Main Street, what was it, Schedule B here. King Street east to 50 Main, for Main Street. So on the east side, and on the west side, St. Joseph to 61 Main Street. So I'm assuming that was done with, Supervisor of Public Works, so as their director. It was you that kind of had a hand in that?
So it was easier to list the permitted instead of the prohibited because we have designated parking areas that were assigned.
Yeah.
In the width of the roadway, so that's where they have been identified.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, so they're permitted between, or prohibited between, 1 AM and?
So from December 1st to March 31st, which is our snow winter operations season, from 4 AM till 9 AM.
Oh, perfect.
So typically we do call outs, the earliest that we do them is 4 AM, so there shouldn't be any vehicles in those parking areas at that time.
Perfect. Sounds good. No, thank you for that, and thank you for the information and for bringing forth a very well-detailed, parking bylaw. It's something that we've been looking for. I think it's something that would have been very handy for many years, so it's good to see it come to fruition.
All right, thank you. Councilor Deschamps?
Yeah, just again, it's nice to see this coming down the pipe. It's been something anticipated for a while, and it's nice to see the collaboration between the shared service, our department heads, and upper staff in our municipality, and see what you guys can all throw together and the teamwork there. So I'm sure we're gonna have more when we have more discussion on this. We'll dive in a little bit deeper, but I appreciate the effort, and thank you guys.
All right, thank you. I have just the one question. So as anybody on council starts looking through it, and if they find like simple typo, who do we send the info to?
All the information can come through me, and then we'll share the information when we're doing our review and edits.
All right, thank you very much. All right, that was my only question. Thank you very much. I also like that we're getting something on paper, and we're gonna have something that we can look at to control parking. Next, a report to council, quarterly report, Public Works, regarding transportation service. item 8.81, Michelle Clark.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the quarterly, fourth quarter report for transportation services is attached in the agenda. Some of the key highlights that I'll briefly go over for this quarter was we finished up our culverts and different ditching operations for the year. We've been doing some brushing. We did Lake Road. We're currently on Potier. We're doing winter maintenance, so our snow plowing and sanding. And warranty drivers, we finally got them in for our streetlights and they were fixed yesterday. And we're currently doing our GPS hardware installations on our fleet.
Okay. Any questions, Councilor Flynn?
That's great news for the GPS and stuff. The only question I have, you did a great job in quarterly 3 and quarterly 4 for the request to complete the services. The only question I have, we have about 42 outstanding. Will that be brought forward in 2025 to continue?
Yes, through your worship, to clarify, the total number that was in quarter 1 and 2 also included our staff putting in work orders for some culverts that need to be installed or reset. So it wasn't necessarily that an individual had called in and requested a service. So we will carry all of those totals over, but just this notice that in quarter 4 we did address some of those ones that were outstanding.
Yeah. Okay. And also, I know we mentioned, or it was brought forward in the past, just wanted to know if you were able to get a signed agreement with the property owner on Shank Road for the turnaround or on his property.
It is only a verbal agreement at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilor Loftus.
No, thank you, very good report.
Councilor Paté.
It's nice to see, we got the storm removal under control and the lights getting replaced and everything. That's nice that, I think we had quite a few that were starting to go there, so, and most of them were under warranty, or all of them were under warranty?
So the parts are under warranty, but the service is not.
So we still have to, but that's all part of having lights. Having lights throughout St. Charles, so it's nice to see. I guess we'll have to be expanding on that as well in the future with more housing being developed and everything, so I'm not sure what's on the agenda in the future for that. I'm sure that's going to be another topic of discussion for expanding on that, even though we have our policy for that now. I guess it'll be, have we gotten any more requests for lights yet, or?
We've received 2 requests, so they will be brought for that budget.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And yeah, the road rehabilitation, it's always ongoing, so it's, well, I guess right now it's not really ongoing as much, but it's nice to see that's continuing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councilor Deschamps.
Yeah, thanks for the report. The only question I have is inside your report for the Q3, Q4 under fleet. Are those repairs or requests for repair to the fleet, or?
So those are tracked in days that the piece of equipment is down for repairs. It's only tracked after 24 hours. So you'll see the 2015 Western Star, quarter 4, it was down for 2 days.
Okay, that's what I was just, because it says fleet and we had numbers there. I didn't know if that was like a request for repair or what, so those are down days.
Those are down.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for clearing that up. That makes me a little sad.
Yes.
How high some of those numbers
Sure.
are.
There is a note at the bottom of the chart that say the fleet's tracked by the number of days tagged out of service.
Oh, okay.
But it's very small
Perfect.
print, so
Yeah,
that's
no,
okay.
I'm worried by it. Thanks for pointing that out.
And as part of, I'm very happy to be hearing that the GPS are now going to be functional. All right, thank you. Next report to council, village road construction options. The big numbers, Mr. Denis Turcot.
Yes, Your Worship, in light of the presentation from the engineer, and unfortunately, Councilor Deschamps missed that section. And again, I'm just looking for direction from council. Where do we go with this? Do we just finalize the report and wait for future repairs? Obviously, you all know the conditions of certain roads within the village, and they will be actively addressed soon. Soon is a relative term. Do you wait till they collapse? We know locations where the storm drains are higher than certain sections of the road. We have curbs that are multiple inches higher than the road and drains, poor drainage. We've had the engineer present some options, cost-saving options. Some good, some would be recommended, some would not be recommended. Going forward, is that the direction would be, we give direction on the final design. I don't know if the council wants to open a discussion on the option that the engineer proposed to reduce, like the parking lanes further down King Street, the parking sides on the Casimir, reduce the quality of the pavement on the secondary roads within the village, which again, discussion with Public Works, if you want a bit more input, I'm not in agreement to reduce, nor is Public Works. Unfortunately, finance-wise, we understand the consideration that has to be made. Save now, pay later. Some roads can obviously be put on the back burner. They're still in poor condition. They're still together, but again, we all know the conditions. So if you have further questions on the concerns of Public Works, you can address that to the Director of Operations. So from my purpose in this is to find out what council wants, so we can finalize this portion. We finalize the report, and then do we go to RFP? If so, which roads? The only caveat in this is that in 2025, we have a standing $100,000 grant that needs to be expended for the the rehabilitation of the sidewalk from the highway as far as we can take it down King Street, which I suspect will be somewhere around La Ponce Street at the current rates and prices. Else, there won't be an extension past March 2026. So in reality, the construction season is next summer. The engineer, which he did mention today, can quickly amend the drawings to just include the sidewalk from here to La Ponce Street and just do that project. Unfortunately, if you do, the last thing you do in the construction project is the sidewalk. And what I'm saying is, do you want to do it first? Not recommended. What is recommended is you do the entire project, and unfortunately, they do come at a high price tag from $2 million and $1 million for Casimir, so you're looking at roughly a $3 million project. We do have some funds available from the Nords grant. I did not get a balance for that grant that the mayor was asking. It could be a couple $100,000. We do have $100,000 there, but that still leaves in the millions for a project. So those are big decisions. Right now, if we can get a final on the design so we can close this chapter, and which chapter do we open next? Do we open an RFP, and if so, for which project? All right, and I think that would be it. Oh, and just a note, in all of these design costs, the from Casimir to Lumina is not included in these cost estimate, and I do recommend eventually when we do these projects to that be an add-on, whether it be LCD or HCD. Unfortunately, the costs are, even I was shocked by the cost that came back. So
that they were
high, it's like significantly high, unfortunately.
Okay, so we'll take, how about if we take it section by section? I don't know. If we go down the list that he provided, and we just look at the cost savings items to see if we agree with the cost saving measures that he proposed. So the first one, King Street East, anticipated savings
would be page 5, I think.
But I mean, that's is it at the end also? This was at the beginning.
Yeah, it's always.
I think it's the same.
Yeah, page 18 would be probably the clearest one.
Yeah. But it's at the back also. What's the one at the back?
Doesn't show the cost savings.
Doesn't show the cost savings.
Oh, it doesn't show the
No,
cost.
it's just the recommended budget.
So therefore, page 18. So King Street East is from corner to Casimir at this point, and it stops there.
Yes, with a midpoint at La Ponce Street or John, depending on council's, where they want to, if they want to do concrete sidewalk for the first section, asphalt for the second, or concrete right through the next section of concrete. So, and again, it may not look aesthetically nice from go to concrete to asphalt to concrete. Unfortunately, that's just my opinion of aesthetically.
But, okay, so, just so I understand, I heard him and I read no side, at the beginning, there's no sidewalks on the north side. Is that what I had seen?
Okay, on this section, if-
South side of the road, so asphalt sidewalk on the south side of the road between Highway 535 and La Ponce. So south.
Yeah,
here,
so there'd be none here.
on the south side would be on the other side of the street.
Yes, I know this.
And then asphalt sidewalk on the north side also, so it's just specifying if you want one side concrete, one asphalt. This is saying that for the cost savings would be asphalt on both sides, north and south.
It's because this section is concrete curved, isn't it? That's why.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the one that would be having on the concrete, would be the north side?
From here to La Posse.
Yeah. So,
And this is the one that I did mention that could be troublesome with the grant, because the grant was specific in replacing as is and not downgrading and upgrading. I do need grant permission to change from concrete to asphalt or concrete to pavers. But if council says, we still have time from now till spring to get permission, an RFP can be issued and we can see both costs and get costing for both. And hopefully we would get answer back by the grant, to see what's possible, for the grant. So from this section, I personally would still stick with concrete, but
yeah,
I'm in agreement with that too.
Yeah.
You don't want it.
okay. So this side would be the concrete section. All right. And that one's taken care of by that one grant.
here we go.
So now we're looking at, for this one, they're talking asphalt on the south side of the road up to La Ponce Street, and then the asphalt would be sidewalk on the north side until Casimir.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to visually see it. Is it in the little diagrams at the bottom, are they all, there also the pictures? I know I saw them way at the bottom there.
There's the
It's at
diagrams of the
Yeah.
power
It's
construction.
at the end of your.
Yeah, what page, so,
400 and something.
200 and something.
Yeah, so let's go with that. Oh, sorry, 379 down. No, 378, 379, right down through.
378?
Yeah. All the way down to 422.
This,
370?
no, I got that.
That's the first one, the road.
So in front of the office is 383.
383. All right. So are we in agreement to switching to asphalt? And we were looking at the diagram and it seemed to be asphalt in the gutter also.
So in the cross
Or
section.
no, it's a concrete.
The diagrams haven't been
curved
updated
gutter.
to the cost savings option.
Oh, this is not with the cost savings?
No, the diagrams are
As is, as originally, okay.
Yeah.
So for what I call the business section, for
Yeah.
lack of a better word, from here to La Ponce, we would remain both parking lanes on the north and south side. if council in agreement, concrete on the north side in front of the office, and then on the south side, where, from that section to the hotel would be a paved side, so it would still allow for people walking from there to there on a sturdy surface. Obviously, the main side would be on the other side. So the, in their diagram, the south section from Highway 535 to John Street would revert to asphalt if council. It would not be the full 130, obviously, it would be probably 1/3 of that number. Because it seems to be about 1/3 of the total length, or 1/4.
Okay, and that would offer us 130,000, no?
No, because I'm only suggesting the south side of the road be considered to asphalt. If you consider the north side asphalt also, I think that's where the 130 comes in.
That's not how it's written.
No.
No,
That's
okay.
not how it's written.
Okay,
I say only north side.
Yeah, he
explains that it's
excludes
from
the north
Cas-
side section.
From
Yeah.
the Ponce to Casimir,
Yeah.
and south is from
Uh,
535 to
yeah.
Casimir.
Okay, so are we in agreement with those changes? We'll take the one section at a time. That's that John Boyce. Essentially
So we're
changing
just looking at the,
Sidewalk.
the sidewalk and reducing the parking area.
yeah,
Yeah.
for that section.
Yeah, okay, Councilor Loftus.
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Okay, Councilor Paty.
So, I'm just trying to understand their diagrams here, because,
Well, I think
It's not perfect.
that's the old ones.
well, so essentially, so we're gonna be going with a King Street East from La Ponce to Casimir that currently has a parking lane to not having a parking lane.
Correct.
And I don't know, yeah.
Because it's
There-
mainly residential at
Yeah,
those, in those
shouldn't have
locations,
Yeah, you're right, it is mostly residential.
and they have yards to.
There's not really parking over, it's not.
On the right
painted.
side, it's just as far as I noticed right now.
Nobody parks
Most,
on it.
well, you kind of have to use it to avoid the potholes. Or rough road. Yeah, maybe, hopefully we don't have that problem in the future.
But it does narrow
That means it'll narrow at,
after the Ponce.
after that Ponce.
It already kind of does after this side of the intersection.
Cause you have parking lanes on both sides.
It
Yeah.
sticks out farther, like the curb sticks out farther on that side than it does on this side.
And I like the concept where they're removing that strip of grass between
Yeah.
the sidewalk and the
Oh, there.
road, because that's something that right now we're having to maintain, and
Yeah.
then we can transfer maintenance of that to the landowner.
Yeah.
Oh, it was painted. No more. Google Maps.
Oh, yeah.
So we're all in agreement, you had said yes, and we were with you there, Councilor.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, if it's, cause that's a saving of, well, we don't know how much the parking lane actually impacts it.
So you don't want you'd like.
Well,
We
Yeah,
would need
I don't
another
know.
quote.
Yeah, we need another
See.
quote, I don't know, it's, at this point, it's, do we just keep it or get rid of it, but it's, we're talking about, in other areas, we're lowering the whole service, well, we're lowering it here by going there. So now, I'm just thinking we're gonna be impacting residents on the north side. So south side won't be affected, north side will, because now they're gonna regain, I don't know, 8 feet or so of frontage, possibly?
There's one of the I'm not sure where the road's gonna, if it's gonna be stacked to the south or to the north.
But you don't find the north lane, you don't find it narrow to start when you're driving down there? I find you're hugging the curb if you're trying to stay away from the line.
Yeah, but we're gonna be making the road even more narrow.
Not if you're eliminating the parking lane on the south side, then you can center your lane.
Are we keeping the road the same width? Is that what I'm?
Yeah, like it won't
No.
almost happen.
That's what I mean, we're not, the road's not gonna be the same width, we're losing the parking lane. So, yeah, I'm just, I don't know, we're gonna be affecting people's, properties, at this point, right? That's just.
By giving, The property lines are not gonna be moved, like, it's still gonna be municipal, but they will be maintaining, they will have a little bit, maybe more grass and having to maintain that. I'm not sure if it's the north side or the south side, which side it's hugging, and that I'm not sure.
Because the sidewalk's not to be as wide as the parking lot, right? It should.
No.
So
No.
You'd be gaining a road, right? You're replacing that parking lane with just a sidewalk.
But I don't think also that it's not a steep curve.
No, it's paved.
It's like,
Yeah, but there's gonna be a gutter also,
Yeah, it's what.
and then, yeah.
Because if you're removing the parking lane, you're adding your swale and your ditch, like you're still gonna have to probably be gaining a couple feet of road now. Those ditches add up. Unless they're going with 8 feet of sidewalk,
No.
because your lane is 11 feet wide.
So he did mention in his presentation, so the road mentioned on here is 9.5 meters, and in his presentation, he was talking about 7.5,
Minimum.
so you're losing 2 meters of width of road, which is that south portion.
7 meters.
Yeah, but that was counting the parking lane in the road, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? So you're still gaining road because the parking lane is more 2 meters wide.
well, we're just completely making it more narrow, we're not eliminating having a parking lane, we're
I
just.
think it's
gonna-
7 meters, is that it?
I think it's 7.5, I think is what,
The presentation. Here it's 9.5.
yeah, it's hard to.
So, just to understand what he was saying, it's the standard width of a road is what he was suggesting as the modified. So it's not like we're going to a narrow lane, we're going to the
That's what it
standard
was.
without a parking lane.
I don't
Yeah.
know what he said.
You shouldn't have a parking lane on Main Street.
No, for me, I don't know what he said, I wasn't here, but I remember when we were talking before about the parking lane being moved to sidewalk, well, was eliminating that, and your balance would go to the road. But maybe.
And this drawing is with, concrete sidewalks, I don't know how much that would change. Yeah,
No, but this is with asphalt.
yeah, I know, but the drawing, like
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
hard to
not-
go off the. Cause otherwise, if we keep the parking lane, the way I understood it is that the entire grass area was just gonna become the parking lane. Basically, that's what my understanding was.
On the north side,
On the north side,
where it goes to asphalt
And then-
from concrete.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess the road would have been moving this way? It doesn't make sense.
It wouldn't change anything about property line or nothing, because it's a
No, we're not-
municipality
yeah.
that cuts that grass anyways, that's
Yeah.
ours.
But it's just because of the.
But once there's no more curb, like, no more, it becomes the landowner.
Yeah, bigger front yards,
Yeah.
even if you don't own the land. Because otherwise, again, we didn't go into details of what you can cut, you can consider open ditches, but in this section, the ditches would be deep. So reverting back might not be aesthetically pleasing to
No.
the landowners in the original funding. But those covered ditches, in theory, becomes a flat grass area in front of the people's yard.
Yeah.
But I'm looking, do we know if the road width is 9.5 or 7 meters?
So this diagram, it's
As it was, this is the original,
This is as is 9.5 meters wide.
so it
And
would
he's
be,
suggesting to go down to the standard width of our side roads are basically 27 meters wider, 22 feet and some change.
okay,
So it's the standard width. Here, we got that extra where people could park their vehicles. That was in the original decision back in the 1980s to include that. You've all driven it, there's not often people parking there. On weekends and on long weekends, there is, but,
but
there's.
having a smooth shoulder with no steep curb,
And
person actually could go up on the curb, go onto
Their lawn.
the lawn section. Like, it would not be, because we've got bylaw, you can't park on the sidewalk, just so everybody knows this. So that way we would still, the curb would no longer be there, that steep curb.
Would be smooth.
It would be smooth. So, and it would offer us the 130,000. So, and I think we'd be the difference in width is about 2 meters. between what we have and what we're proposing. Are you in agreement with that one?
I'm still having a hard time with getting rid of, because, well, it's just because the whole cost difference as well. If we're looking at other roadways like John Street and Hector Street and Fosse Street, like going from double asphalt to double surface treatment, or sorry, not double asphalt, going from asphalt to double surface treatment. That's you know, you're looking at anywhere from 7 to 10% difference in cost savings with that. Meanwhile, if we, like this is asphalt.
Because, what, maybe,
Yeah.
because if we start looking at all of, in all honesty, the main ones that we have to look at are
The main road.
Kin,
Yeah.
Casimir, Saint Joseph.
Yeah.
Okay, and those, I think if we, those are the first ones we have to come to, into an agreement with, because the side ones, if it's a different treatment anyhow,
Yeah.
in my view, would be a different timeline also. Like, I don't see us, how much would the whole budget here be? I think putting it all, saying, hey, do the whole pack, would be a little bit much.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we do have very critical sections, like
Yeah.
on this one where at the surface, all the storm sewers are coming out, and sooner or later, somebody's gonna cave in through one of those. And we don't want somebody to, yeah, exactly. So, if we could, in my mind, I'd like to just try to figure out
Yeah.
those 3 roads first, and then determine how many of the 3 we think we could be doing 2025.
Alright.
So, is that a good game plan? Who's in agreement with that as so
Those 3.
yeah?
I'm in agreement.
Okay, we'll look at, first of all, the savings, if we agree with the road construction, on those 3, we'll do all 3, and then we'll have to discuss how many millions do we think we should be paying this year? Which is basically it, because we have to figure out how much roadway we think, it's gotta be done, and the more we wait, the more the prices go up, so it's catch-22 a little bit also. Yeah, we have to start at one point.
Right.
So-
Yeah, Councilor.
I just one question here.
Shoot.
So for the sidewalks, why is it not an option to do the sidewalks with a double surface treatment? They have to be asphalt, but the road you can do double treatment. Like is there a catch there? Like
So,
what's,
and this is again, I'm no expert, I think you need the weight of the traffic to pound, what he was saying, to pound the gravel into the tar, and then you would come back with a sweeper at the end to sweep it off.
Yeah, because that's what we had in Casimir, and you had several months where it was just rocks. And it's because of the traffic that it gets moved into.
I figured that they would run a packer on it if it was for, in the village, instead of just letting traffic do it.
I think they probably will.
But well, that's what I'm saying, like if you run a packer on it, that kind of,
Well, I think it's part of the treatment, the way it works.
Okay.
But we can ask, I think, I'm not an expert either, we have to ask
It's
somebody.
less than half, probably half the cost, so I just didn't know if it was.
But if you have somebody in a wheelchair and with the little rocks and the.
Yeah, I was just saying after you run a packer on it, that you're not worried about the little rocks no more.
Well, it's not asphalt,
I understand.
Okay. And what happened is, tell me if I'm wrong, but they put the first treatment, you run it, becomes packed, and then they dump another load across after.
And the double treatment they did in the village, there was not enough traffic, so they came, like he mentioned, with a sweeper, after the summer that it was installed, and actually swept off all that sand that was not pounded into the asphalt, so. It's doable with low traffic, but I don't know if a packer run is the same as 1,000 vehicles running over the course of summer. If there's 1,000 vehicles like that.
Yeah, you have to have.
So we did have the double treatment here in the village before?
Most of the streets.
The St. Anne, Notre Dame, they had the original, and then they came back and did the extra layer, which was they did a single treatment, and then they came back with after a few years to do a double treatment. to get that thickness, which is what, half an inch thick. So compared to the 2 inch of asphalt.
Yeah.
So obviously, any delivery propane truck turning on steep on those roads, they wreck them faster than the asphalt. Like, we don't know that, we've seen
Yeah.
those.
Okay, so, any more questions, or? We were with you there, Councillor.
Yeah, no, that's all good. So I'm just looking back at the one drawing showing, this is on page 384. So this is King Street East, and I'm just looking because, you know, if we're gonna be affecting either side of the roadway, I'd rather affect only one and not both. You know what I mean? If we're gonna affect residents on one side or the other,
Well,
affect one, not both, or affect both.
Well, when they're gonna be doing this, like, the whole roadway is gonna be like.
Oh, the whole roadway is gonna be affected, yeah.
It's all gonna be gone, like, it's gonna look like a big ditch. Cause
So-
I don't know how many feet, I think it's 3 feet, 4 feet they have to dig down. It's a big endeavor.
Yeah, they have to.
So if you look at,
So after they put it all up, like, you're no longer gonna be able to compare where the road was, really.
so if you look at at King Street East 384, the south side of the street is actually being moved up.
Yeah, they're adding
It is, yeah.
They're adding, so that's already up. And then if we remove the parking lane, which is what is on the north side,
There's no parking lot.
well, they said there's a parking lane on the north side,
Yeah, the parking
which
lane
I'm
is
pretty sure
on-
there is, because there's a parking lane on the north side.
It's only on the south side of the parking lane. There's not on the north. And that's why they're making the sidewalk, but the sidewalk is not gonna be the same width as the parking lane is, it's gonna be less.
Because from that Ponce Street back to here, in the drawings, is there not a parking lane on both sides?
Yes.
Because of businesses, yes.
Yeah, because of businesses. But in the drawing, or in the recommendation of cost
The parking
savings,
lane on the north side starts
Yeah.
at my mom's house, at the Ponce.
going that
From
way.
the Ponce to Casimir, there's none on the north side.
No,
There never has
there
been.
never has been.
That's why I
No,
said it's
no, there is
narrow.
one right now, there's one on the south side though.
Only on the south side.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but they're moving it from,
In the first drawing, but
their recommendation is removing it, right, for cost saving?
After
Yeah.
the.
But they're talking about removing it from the north side.
Which is
It doesn't exist.
Whether it goes from the north or the south, like, can I just, whether it comes from the north or once you have it, the whole section is, you're gonna be looking at a big trench. After that,
Oh, I don't think it's gonna be equaled out, it's just,
It might be narrower there because obviously there's no parking lane.
there's no parking lane.
So in there is as is, so my understanding is
there's not, it should
he
be
may
7
have-
meters.
He may have made a mistake in including the parking lane on the north, which honestly, if you drive that road, you have to drive on the other lane to
Yeah.
avoid the curves.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he just goes back to clarification on that, I don't know.
Yeah.
His cost savings report just says parking lane removed between La Ponce and Casimir.
It's just.
It doesn't say north or south.
It just says it's done.
Oh, okay.
The shelf was for the style of the material on the sidewalk.
Alright, sounds good, yeah, I'm okay with the recommendation. I just, wanna, not for the road construction itself, it's for the post-road construction. Because then both their frontages are gonna be going.
A little bit closer.
Yeah, that's,
And it leaves a kind of weird, that drawing leaves a weird transition.
Well, that's what I'm-
A certain driveway there.
yeah,
Oh, right.
that transition's better than a culvert coming out.
And just to clarify to council, we'll get a second shot at this, because I will give the recommendation to Cody, he will do a new drawing. And in my report is, I'm bringing this back to, yes, this is the
Okay,
final-ish drawing that we intend to either put to RFP or wait until such time that we're comfortable to move forward. So we'll get a second shot with
Okay,
a
we'll be
proper
able to
drawing.
see it.
yeah, just like, almost like if there's some way to overlay it over what the current is, because it's a little confusing, like, yeah, the transition there looks a little strange and stuff, yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah,
King Street East, we're good.
thank you very much. So, but you're good with they're narrowing it down, removing the parking, having the curbs,
Yeah, I mean, and we're gonna see it again, and
Yeah.
if we have any issues with it then, but I think we're good, we're very good with it now.
How about you, Councillor Johnson? Any?
Yeah, no, it was, I think it's probably one of the only ways to do it, if we want to save it.
Yeah. Okay. Next, Casimir. That I saw what they had planned, and it's where was it?
Before parking lanes from both.
381.
381.
Are they removing the parking lanes near the cemetery?
No, it's not going that far.
Yeah.
So in here, Casimir Road, they had added double-sided parking lanes
By
by the, it looks like, is that the building? Anyhow, I think it's just past the community center. So in this plan, they had added that for those events where we have lots of people, but he's saying by removing those, it's a $70,000 savings.
I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, you're in agreement with that
Yes,
one?
yeah.
Because right now, people park,
Mhm.
we're gonna have a. Councillor Locke, is any, you see what they had added?
Yeah.
They're just gonna remove it
Yes.
and bring it back to where it
Yes.
was.
I agree.
Okay. Councillor Cloutier?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. In the future, we'll have to explore other parking alternatives there, especially for getting rid of, eventually, maybe getting rid of more area around the splashbacks. I know it's probably not, we should be looking at other parking alternatives now, actually, because I know that area definitely gets overrun with vehicles and people during events, right? Like vehicles.
Do they use the parking at the arena fully?
Yeah, it's, everything gets pretty loaded.
Well,
I know
not
people-
full at the arena, but it's busy.
This side of it is mostly all pretty full and, yeah.
But that's it, I think the parking space we have that's still available is to fully use the parking at the arena.
Yeah.
And sometimes I know it's just easier to say, oh, I just want to go, I want to go there, so I'll just park in the field right here, so. But I think we've got somebody that's working on the parking bylaw, so we'll have to watch it. So, but we're in agreement straight as is.
The only thing I was gonna say is that later on, if like there's would still be potential to just put a culvert and cover ditch on the east side between pretty much the road to the lagoon, backing the splash pad up to the museum. So later on, it would just be something that we could do. Like, pretty much put culverts, cover the ditch, and you could add parking there on gravel. Just if we go parking.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of gone now.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah, just
From the community center to the lagoon.
yes, from the community center. So this section here, later on, you could just fill that ditch, put a culvert, fill the ditch, so you have parking there.
Yeah.
If we ever.
Well, right now, the
But it
people
doesn't
go
have to
park
be-
in the base there.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be done with this phase. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And just to comment, there'll be a sidewalk on the east side of the road, which we know we can't park on.
Yeah.
But it's gonna stop the community.
On the, which side, the east?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, the
Okay.
sidewalk is gonna go right to the splash pad,
yeah, next to the community
so
center.
we would have to park.
Stop right there.
All right. Okay, so we've got those two we're in agreement with. The next one is Saint Joseph Street, number 6. Okay, number 6 is as is. So what's the page?
That was which one? Sorry?
Saint Joseph.
I don't think that was in.
Oh, it's all King and Casimir.
Yeah, it's not in here.
Yeah, it should be.
I didn't see it.
Then he showed me some. King Street. Hey,
I think that was a straight rebuild though, was it not?
That's a straight, yeah.
okay. Dennis, did you have There was no real change to that street, was there?
No, St. Joseph, so, imagine what we were talking about King Street, it's, 2 lanes, curbs, sidewalk to the south side in front of the houses, and curb to grass or gravel on the, north side.
Same as existing.
Same existing, but it will be narrow, because right now, the width of the road is, the road, it's, I'm surprised it's not in there.
But the road goes right up to the fence line, and they used to have the buses pull in there.
Mhm.
So will that be, so will that parking lane be gone
So,
and just have grass there? A ditch?
it's still going to be covered, like storm drain, so, at this point, there are not crossing there. So it would be grass to the fence.
Because the buses now go through to the front,
To, right to the school?
but they go to the front of the school.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's no longer a parking, bus lane zone on the side.
It shouldn't have been, the buses should have went into school all along, just
Yeah.
to feed the kids.
Exactly.
And they were letting them out, and then, because I lived in the front before, and the little kids would just zoom right across the street.
Yeah.
And it's not safe.
No, okay.
If you wish, I can put it up on the screen if you want.
Oh, if you could, yeah.
Yeah, I have it in my email, so for whatever reason, it, all the files that I uploaded.
Yeah.
And from my understanding, the Saint Joseph can be done isolated from the other ones?
It has to be done before that.
Pardon?
It has to be completed before Notre Dame or St. Anne.
Yeah, that's the main run for
But
the,
that's, but St. Anne and Notre Dame aren't as bad as St. Joseph itself.
Yeah.
that one is.
So we have the three priorities.
Yeah.
That's the main run for everything going back. There's those three, so.
First storm drains, well, storm drains come down to those.
That was, the Saint Joseph, over here dumps into, next to the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the storm goes into the, next to the field, the ditch across.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, where a lot of snowmobiles.
Yeah, not storm.
I think an appropriate cane.
Is that what, Saint Joseph? Oh, yeah.
So it looks like.
Where are we watching?
When you press Andrea.
There we go.
Yeah, so the policies there, Maine,
No, Notre Dame's at that side.
so the north is faced towards us.
Notre Dame's at the end?
Can you zoom?
You know, I can't, honestly, I can't even see that with my glasses.
It's,
There, the parks and all that.
Could we get a full
There,
copy?
he just, zoomed in, you see that one?
Okay, yes, I can see it now.
Are you trying to touch the TV?
no, it looks like this area is.
It's grass.
Yeah, he mentions disturbed area, so it looks like
That's
that's
good.
possibly.
You know what, it will actually look nice with grass by the school like that.
Yeah, so,
Instead of having concrete, it gives it a, you know, from the road to the fence, if it has grass, I think it would look really nice.
That's the whole length of St. Joseph.
yes, you can scroll through so you can see that it's, grass to curb, to road, to curb, to paved sidewalk, to front grass, front yards. They will also, the properties on the south side will probably gain feet of property, or, I mean, grass.
With that little hip on the side, is there any problem or risk of, during the winter seasons, having a problem with the blade? Like, if it goes up, it's gonna leave a hole, or is that?
For the sidewalk is?
For this, yeah, because the sidewalk, I would imagine, is gonna go up a little bit.
No, actually, they said it would be better for maintenance.
It would be easier, okay, good. All right, so if we look at that, he was saying if we go double treatment, we could have the savings, but.
Not on this one.
No?
No savings, so.
Well, it was, I was talking with them asking for costs, I left it as asphalt, and we're not recommending.
No.
Council was, you can figure the math there, but it's like I was sort of suggesting leave it asphalt.
Yeah, okay. I agree that one, especially because it's got the school and it's the main one.
Fire trucks.
Okay. So are we in agreement with this proposed plan?
I am, yes.
Councilor Dumbois, Councilor Loftus?
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, especially, well, I mean, it looks like, so they talk about reinstating gravel driveways, but it looks like they paid attention to which ones are asphalt, and they discussed reinstating those as well.
Yeah.
So those are some that are a little bit further down, they do rehabilitate those, so.
Yeah, any damage,
Yeah.
Councilor Schnell?
Just two pictures, they don't really see in front of the fire hall and food market.
I think that's another, it's split.
It would be the other way.
Or the next page.
I think it's the next page. You'd
Just
have to-
there, I think it's beneficial to leave both sides parking, especially when there's a fire department. The parking lot of the fire department's on massive, I know there was talks of extending it before, and, just
Yeah.
for now.
You see?
Oh, no, so too far, go to the edge. So the fire department,
Is right there, right here.
One there. So, okay, so they left this side, but the north side of the road too, I think they're, I don't know if they could do that, even just gravel or something, or the humps there already for the store parking, like they're never gonna change that, just put grass, just keep putting, it's probably gonna get worked on.
Yeah, whether it's grass or gravel.
Right there, exactly.
Yeah, that's gonna be grass.
Well, there, it's all, they're calling for sod too, I wonder if sod is in his price, cause I wonder if we could just seed it.
I'm sure there is statement.
We just, I go see
Yeah, I'm sure they took everything into consideration. Do we want to ask them?
I've been sure it does, and also to add, repairs to the sewer line where it's required is also included in the price. It may not be detailed here, but there's a few spots where they have to be down and fix some errors, which is included. That's why the price is not all road. There are some that is, obviously the summary, but
Rehabilitating.
there's also the sewage pipes at certain locations, and it's all included in this price.
Sewage pipes at certain, for the houses coming into the sewer?
No,
Or the main one?
The main ones where there's dips, there's resetting of them, and it's included in this total.
Okay,
I'll make sure that when he comes back, that it's stated, how many sections or meters of line that have to be reset.
okay.
Okay, the only thing I would ask is if it is the price of sod, installing sod instead of opposed to, I know it's not gonna be massive savings, but through all the project, I think, we'd see a nice saving for not purchasing sod, installing sod, just like assuming or something instead. Just food for thought. And maybe not put grass between the grocery store and the parking lot. I would just, your, Raj, you could speak to that parking, it gets used.
Sorry,
So both in front of the fire department, since we haven't adjusted the parking lot yet, north between the food market and the road, there's parking that happens there during
during our calls, during the summer months, you get a lot of campers and folks just parking there going to the food market. So I mean, I would try to keep parking lane across from the fire hall along the food market. Even just for us turning trucks around on it, sometimes the big wide turns.
so not grass.
I wouldn't go grass in there. I would definitely.
Okay,
The only thing that I can see.
so a shoulder from store to highway, or
Pretty much.
We should have it. And then we'll add it to the parking lot if that's a parking area.
Yeah, we can put some
We'll label it as fire route. So, people will park there anyway, but.
We'll take it.
Anything else that you see?
No, not for St. Joseph, that's the only concern I had.
Okay.
Those houses there will appreciate the extra frontage there.
Yeah, but
There's a few that are close, yeah.
the grass situation might also be, get affected in front of certain houses too. There's boats and trucks and everything from there, so.
Their grass. After.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so those three, I think are, if we look at how much money, and it's a shame that we don't have our treasurer here to give us a little bit of an insight on.
So my suggestion, we get the final design, we will get the final costing. From there, the treasurer will prepare a potential financing of 1, 2, and 3. And then council can have an idea of the impact to the next 10, 15, 20 years, depending on how long you want to consider taking an venture for this. And then make a decision both what is required and what can be afforded.
1.13.
Okay. So for the moment, we're in agreement with these changes, plus a little modifications. So are you gonna come back with
At the February
Final-
first meeting,
finalish?
finish, maybe version 1 of the final design.
Yeah.
And then with costing, and with how you could probably finance, we could probably use the funds from projects. You know, we can use the North Grant, the remainder of the North Grant here.
Is it finished that North Grant, or is there still another?
One more installment, because it was a 5-year thing.
Yeah, so the North Grant, and we haven't heard if they're going to renew it. If they do renew it, that road for this project would be allowed to use the entirety of the North Grant on it. Because the damage is all on the north side, which is all the trucks pulling out of the gravel pit. That's the only thing I can assume, because all the heavy trucks that came out of that pit were drove on the north side, delivering gravel over the township.
Yeah.
Apart from the few trucks that went down Casimir. I was sitting in the office and those trucks were the operator that was, it was like he was running hundreds of trucks a week, so all loaded, all on the north side. And you can see the trucks, there is a difference if you look at it.
Okay.
And that was my argument to the ministry, that's why the damage was from the pit operating at that time.
All right. So we're done for this point for the moment. Okay. We're now, item 9.1, first and second reading of the bylaw. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councilor Framboise, Councilor Petit.
Moved by Councilor LaFramboise and seconded by Councilor Paquet, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives first and second reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 2025-04, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with AgriCorp. And bylaw 2025-05, being a bylaw to enter into a transfer payment agreement with His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario as represented by the Minister of the Solicitor General.
All those in favor? Carried. Mover and a seconder for the third reading of bylaw 2025-04, AgriCorp. Councilor Loftus, Councilor Lachance.
Moved by Councilor Loftus and seconded by Councilor Lachance, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading to and finally passes bylaw 2025-04.
Any questions?
Nothing myself.
No, Councilor Loftus.
Not myself.
Councilor Petit, Councilor Lachance. Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Mover and a seconder for the third and final bylaw, for the grant for the fire department. Councilor Loftus and Councilor Petit.
Moved by Councilor Loftus and seconded by Councilor Paquet, be it resolved that Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading
favor? Carried.
No,
Ah, she's okay. Okay. And I have a mover and a seconder to go into what?
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
We are approaching 9 o'clock. We had a look at what's on the closed agenda. Do we want to go past 10?
Just in case. Yeah. Councilor and Councilor Coetzee.
Moved by Councilor LaChance and seconded by Councilor Patsy, be it resolved that the regular meeting of council of January 15, 2025 be extended past the automatic 10 p.m. adjournment. Be it further resolved that the meeting automatic adjournment time be extended to 11 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. Now, can I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Councilor LaChance and Councilor Framboise.
Moved by Councilor LaChance and seconded by Councilor Framboise, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby open a closed session at 9:01 p.m. to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees as authorized under section 239, bracket 2, bracket B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Topic 1, pending notice of resignation. Topic 2, request for use of fitness center. Next, labor relations or employee negotiations as authorized under section 239, bracket 2, bracket D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Topic 1, pending notice of resignation. Next, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board as authorized under section 239, bracket 2, bracket K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Topic 3, follow-up discussion on presentation of projects on construction.
All those in favor? Carried.
we're back live.
Okay, we're good. Can I have a mover and a second to reconvene? Councillor Potier, Councillor Framboise.
Moved by Councillor Potier and seconded by Councillor Framboise, be it resolved that having dealt with all matters pertaining to the closed session, we hereby reconvene to the regular meeting of council at 10:19 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. So direction was given to staff on all matters discussed in closed. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmation bylaw? Councillor Loftus and Councillor Deschamps.
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Lachance, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby gives first and second reading to the following bylaw. Bylaw 2025-06, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its special meeting of council held January 14, 2025, and at its regular meeting of council held January 15, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the third and final reading? Councillor Loftus and Councillor Potier.
Moved by Councillor Loftus and seconded by Councillor Potier, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby gives third reading to and finally passes bylaw 2025-06.
All those in favor? Carried. Moving to seconder to close the meeting. Councillor Deschamps and Councillor Framboise.
Moved by Councillor Deschamps and seconded by Councillor Framboise, be it resolved that council for the corporation of the municipality of St. Charles hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 10:21 p.m. on January 15, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried. Meeting is adjourned.